Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I'm in a good mood today. We have averted the worst of injury news as it concerns our star wide receiver. We have potentially the imminent return of an actual, I know you haven't seen one of these in a while, but an actual fantastical impact right tackle. I know they exist. I'm telling you, I know other teams have had them. We haven't. Ours might be coming back pretty soon. But it says something about a rich Seahawks NFL news day that we lead instead with some breaking news. Woo! I love me some breaking news. And I'll tell you this is a good move by your Seattle Seahawks as they move today to go add Ernest Jones from the Tennessee Titans for a 4th round pick, while also flipping Jerome Baker back in the other direction. So there is a lot here to kind of unpack on this deal. It's not as simple and easy as just, let's just throw a player and flip him over. There's a couple of moving parts, I think, in a play on this deal that I think might make it make more sense if you might be on the fence or, should just sell you solely on it. First, this is a move about improving the here and now on this football team. If you're wondering whether or not this is a team here in a state of flux in their belief of it, or that they're just sort of treading water through this season to get to the other season, to get themselves more firmly established, McDonald here, to get other players that are going to more firmly fit his scheme, say nothing of Grubb. This is not an indication of that type of move, nor was the Roy Robertson-Harris trade from about a week ago either. The team is making moves to believe that they can contend in this season, that they can compete in this season, and in an NFC that looks wide open, and an NFC West that looks wide open. Why shouldn't they think that? Anything can happen if you get yourself to playoff time, and if you see an opportunity to improve a position like this, and it's not going to cost you a lot, why not do so? But I think this does firmly tell you that, because you could see a team in the first year under a new coaching staff thinking that they've got to be more centered in this sort of conservative approach. That would be atypical, and that's not what we're seeing here. A 4th round pick is not super substantial draft capital, but it's not cheap either. What you're getting in this trade, though, is a different trade from the Roy Robertson-Harris trade. This is a rental, by all accounts, with the potential to buy, with an option to buy. And that, what I mean by that is that you have here an Ernest Jones, a guy that is going into his contract year. He started out with the Rams as a 3rd round pick. This is a rugged defender. He's going to be able to instinctually get to pretty much any play on the football field, but he's not per se your sideline to sideline rangy guy like you might normally hear is described to these inside linebackers now. Can he get sideline to sideline like that? Now, this guy can get there, but he's going to get there as much with his brain. And when he does arrive, he's going to be bringing the brawn, where you will understand he is a much more sure tackler than what you had there at Jerome Baker at the position, where when he arrives, the ball carrier atypically tends to go down. But what happened there with the Rams situation is that he was due to be paid. He had earned the right to be paid coming off really what was a career year there for the Rams, especially as a blitzer and a pass rusher for them, in addition to being a really solid run defender. Maybe get a little bit of weakness there when it comes to him potentially, let's say, as a in coverage. He's not necessarily going to be great in that respect, but let's also face it, it wasn't exactly like we were watching Jerome Baker be all that great either when it came to him in coverage. But he is a guy that will get himself to the right spot at the right time. He arrives with some bad intentions when he gets there. He provides an ability to hit and bring the ball carrier down. It just says something that you get a guy that's got the ability to wrap up and bring a ball carrier down. How many times have we watched throughout the course of not just this season, but in recent seasons, where a guy catches a ball or a running back's out of the backfield, you got a guy basically cornered and you should be able to bring him down, but he just slips right out of the tackle of the defender. This is as much an indictment back to Baker's inability to do that he gets one-on-one heads up. I can't trust him to tackle in space. I can trust that if I put this guy in the right position, he will go tackle in space. But the reason the Rams didn't want to pay him, I think, comes down to, I'll say, according to my quote-unquote inside sources on this one, and take that with a grain of salt, if you will. But according to my inside sources on this one, Jake, our guy that I talked to over there at the round table, he's the Rams content creator for them, does what I do for the LA Rams. He said that according to what he was hearing in the background sources on this, that Ernest Jones hadn't shown up in necessarily the best of shape this year coming into camp, that he wasn't playing that well in the inter-practice squad games, and that factored into why he was traded essentially for a ham sandwich to the Tennessee Titans at the end of training camp. And that's something that might get people a little bit turned on this one a bit as they go, well, the Rams got less back for him than we just gave up. But that was also the Rams flipping a player purely for a pick. The Seattle Seahawks in this situation are flipping a player and pick for a player. They want to make sure they're getting Jerome Baker's money off the books here as well, because you evenly, for the most part, swap the base salaries on both of these deals. You may take on just a couple of extra $100,000 over the course of the season on this current deal with what you're adding on. And Seattle didn't want to have both contracts sitting on the books, I don't think. I think they want to try to save out as much of this money as they can this season in order to roll it over into next year. Or who knows, maybe they're even going to potentially go out there and make another move here before the end of the trade deadline. So this was a guy that's the reputation of where it was with him going to the Titans. He goes to the Titans. They're running pretty much the same defense. They're running the same defense we're kind of running here with McDonald. So as McDonald talked about in his press conference today, the terminology will all be in about the same kind of place. You can expect it to be where he's able to understand very quickly where he needs to be, what this call means. It's not going to be this taking him 7-8 games to kind of figure out and pick everything up. So a very quick onboarding process. And so in addition to bringing that really good tackling element that he brings to play that's still missing a bit. Let's just be kind with it as I can. It's just still missing a bit on this defense. He also brings that ability to blitz and rush the passer. And last year, you had Aaron Donald still in many ways at the height of his powers. And so he was taking a lot of that attention up for offensive lines when he was doing anything, wherever you line him up. Defensive end, he's going to get his 2 blockers. One tech, he's getting his 2 blockers. And so you can formulate a lot of your pass rush around a guy like that that's going to draw that type of attention. And I think it's fair to say that once the Seattle Seahawks team starts to see those defensive linemen get a little healthier, Byron Murphy get a little bit more up to speed, they might start to draw a little bit more attention up front there, providing then McDonald the ability to draw up those blitzes at key moments and know it's going to get home. I saw a lot of Jerome Baker at times when he's been sent on the blitz this year, and quite frankly, Dodson for that matter, just getting stonewalled when they get right up in there. They're not really much of a threat, especially after years of watching Bobby Wagner be able to dip and bring a little swim move into play when he was trying to blitz and get up in there. They didn't have any of that to their game, really. This also affords Dodson to move out of the Mike role, which he can do, and he certainly is functional there within, but probably now in learning him more as a player, best more into that will linebacker role, and then sliding here Jones into the pure Mike and having him run that. So you might be able to improve 2 positions in one with this trade. And again, with the 4th round pick, part of it comes down to you having to include or want to include, I think, Baker in this deal. You're also, what makes this a little bit different from the Rams making that move there early on is that there's an intention you're thinking if the Titans bring him in there, he's only 25 years old, in that the Titans are going, we're going to get you from the Rams for really cheap, and if we like what we see, we'll pay you. They're not as much thinking about the compensatory game in this when they're making that trade at training camp, whereas the Seahawks here from this situation can look at it and understand, we're not going to have any money really to go out there and spend in free agency this offseason. So any free agent walking out the door is going to be what I'd call a compensatory free agent, meaning that their signing is going to work in our favor to maxing out those compensatory picks, which can be up to 4 compensatory picks. So you have here a guy at 25, comes in, balls out, but maybe you don't want to quite keep him. He goes on the market, signs a 3-year, $3 million deal. Oh, look, you get a 4th or 5th round compensatory pick back for him down the road. This is why I like this deal a little bit more necessarily than the Roy Robertson deal, though he definitely flashed in that Atlanta Falcon game. But with that one, of course, you're taking on future money on top of that deal. That was sort of erasing what leftover cap space you had for 2025, where this doesn't put you on the hook for that. And you can come out of this at the end of the day really losing almost nothing. It's not costing you anything dollar-wise. You can get the draft pick compensation back. It's just a little bit down the line. And he improves maybe 2 positions for 1. Hard to shake a stick at this deal. Hard to get too mad about that. And again, you love to see a Seahawks team that believes, at least organizationally speaking here with this move and with a couple of these other moves, that we're not going to sell this season out here yet. We're not looking at this year saying, hey, we're just lucky to be here. We think this can come together. We trust still in this team and the talent we put together, and why shouldn't they? They are sitting in first place after all. All right, let's keep this moving on to a couple of other items because I've got a ton of stuff to get to. I will show you a couple of other highlights here before we get over to you guys in the chat in regards to looking at a few cut-ups from Ernest Jones with the Titans. He's not been used as much as a blitzer there. I think the Titans are also in much more of a position this year, being in behind in football games, less rushing the passer, more having to defend the run. But he still defended the run really well for the most part on the tape that I watched a little bit of today with that. And I'll show you a couple of cut-ups that I've pulled from that here a little bit later on. But let's get to more of the breaking news. Actually, let me get a couple little extra parts. Couple extra little parts here I want to just add to you with the Jones things to show you just to kind of where he's been. Here is your PFF seasonal grades for him through the years. So he is a guy that you can see into 2023 that really elevated up his game from being right around sort of what you would consider to be league average level from a PFF standpoint to getting himself up to almost, impactful at that 80 mark. And you can see he was good all the way down the line with the exception of the coverage stuff. And the coverage stuff adds up because, as I said earlier on this, not as much a super hyper athletic guy. That's going to be a guy that maybe you can get exposed a little bit at times in coverage. It's also a guy that you can say and make the more of the argument for why you got to be more putting him in a mode of attack at times, putting him more into limiting a little bit of where you're putting him, not having him cover guys 45 yards down the field. This is not necessarily Roquan Smith you're getting here in the equivalency who's able and capable of doing that type of stuff. So he definitely had a high watermark year last year. I don't take a lot from the Tennessee year here because, again, they're not allowing him to really blitz as much this season. And because, let's face it, that Tennessee organization and team right now is in complete disrepair a little bit and probably needing to do a big time turnover. And they tried to put that whole defense together on the fly with bubblegum picks, trades, and not really through development. And they're, I think, feeling the pain of that just a little bit. To give you a little bit of an understanding too, with a few other little stats here with them, you get him as he's 6'1.5", 230, so about average on size, weight for what you get in the NFL for inside linebackers now. This is where they're at. 33 3/8 inch arms. That's part of what helps him as a blitzer because he can get his arms up on those running backs coming up trying to fill him. As he's filling the hole trying to blitz there, and he can get his arms around a little bit and enlist some moves to utilize that physicality and strength that he naturally possesses with that length. It does also help him as a tackler. We often point to when a guy is struggling as a tackler, you can look at it and say the reason struggling a tackler is because the guy's got 31.5 inch arms. He just can't wrap up, can't get those arms around a guy. This is part of what makes him such a consistently good tackler in that realm. You see, last year compiled 145 tackles, 4.5 sacks. This year, only 44 tackles so far through 6 games. But again, Tennessee defense, make of that what you will. He's looked pretty good, and it's still very instinctual to me on the tape that I did see of him. And again, we will be looking at a little bit more of his cuts up here in just a moment. All right, let's get to a couple of points on the injury news front because I want to touch on this stuff. A little bit of an update on DK Metcalf. No big news as far as we know he's coming back this week. We do not know. DK a couple of years ago had a patella injury, and that got everybody very worried. We're like, patella, he's going to be out for weeks on end for that. You're going to be careful with that. And then he was out there playing the next week and 6 receptions and 45 yards that next week. And maybe he tries to tough guy this one out. You would kind of almost hope a little bit from my standpoint on this that you go, maybe just let DK sit on this one, let this thing rest on this. It seems like that would help it to give it that extra week if you could, especially get him back next week for what might be a real vital matchup as it concerns this division and the upcoming season as it stands with that. So not a lot of updated news other than we did dodge a bullet on a day where Brandon Ayuk had his knee torn in half sideways, pushed backwards. The ACL, the MCL, the PPL, the TTL, the XLL, the WDL, WDD, WWF. He tore all of those, okay? And brutal injury for the 49ers, especially after having paid him the money that they did pay him here right at the end of training camp. And then you've also got, of course, Chris Godwin going down to a dislocated ankle, and he's no doubt probably going to be out for the season there getting surgery on his own. So in lieu of that, you do say, well, we did dodge a bullet on this one, but positive overall news on Metcalf. Another guy with some positive overall news is Abraham Lucas. Abraham Lucas today. We got footage of him on the practice field today, actually out there to practice. The team is still being conservative in their timeline, but they're actually giving us now a good idea. The intention here seems to be to have him return back to the field by the time you get after the bye week. Makes sense. You definitely have given him a lot of time there. If you're looking to give him all the extra rest of time you have, the potential there is that you're now adding an impact right tackle. I'm not here to say he is some all-world guy yet or anything like that. But if you're getting the guy that we saw when he came here onto the scene initially, that is not merely just he's an all right tackle, I guess. You're getting an impactful right tackle, in my opinion. You're getting a top 10 right tackle brought back to this team if he is at full health. I know that's the big mother effing what if for all you out there. I know there's many skeptics out there. I see in my comment section talking about the fact you think that he's got nothing left and that, the knee's going to be shredded up and that this is all just an exercise in futility, that they're just trying to, I don't know, maybe do right by him or whatever you think the Seahawks are doing in play. I've seen a few comments on this. I get it. But I will say, if he is truly back and recovered from this thing, and you're getting a fresh pair of legs out that right tackle position for that stretch run, and this team can be in a position like they are right now, right up around the top of this division, boy, that's a hell of a shot in the arm to be able to add to this offensive line. Say nothing of the fact of maybe potentially the interior part coming a little bit more together in that time. Connor Williams, it's not talked about a lot, has slowly bit by bit getting better and better every week, as you might expect for a guy newly arrived to a new team right at the end of training camp, and a guy that was also coming off of a major injury last year. So this adds up. 2 and 2 makes 4. Connor continuing to get better. It continues to make a lot of sense. And so now picture this, top 5 level of play from top 6 level of play from Charles Cross, the left tackle position. Top 8 level of play from the center position with Connor. Top 10 level of play from Abraham Lucas at the right tackle position. We start to steady down the ship bit by bit, the more we can improve it in this way. So very encouraging news to Abraham Lucas. And in fact, I've got my reaction yesterday as the news came down, as I was listening to the initial press conference. I guess it was 2 days ago. I posted this on the channel, but this was just something that, you guys, I thought you would want to see.
Hey, Coach. Question on Abe Lucas and if you expect his practice window to open this week.
Give me another couple. Give me another. I need some more time to let you know on that. There is a situation where he could come back and start practicing this week, but we haven't finalized that yet. But it's looking good on the front with Abe. And when he does come back, we're not going to. There is a process to get him ready to play. So even if he did start to practice, I think you're looking at a good chunk of time of practice time to get him ready to go play a game.
I was pretty stoked, pretty happy to have Abe back. So good news, and good news. I kind of like that. That feels pretty good on that side of it. So let's keep this motoring. Let's keep this moving. This is going to be a long opening start. We got segments to get through here on this part. I got some more clips to show you here. I got some Mike Jarrell stuff I want to show you a little bit. So we're going deep dive on this, folks. Strap yourself in, get the popcorn, get yourself all, hydrated, because we got to go deep. Let's draw it all over in now to the PFF grades of the week. Did they do our boys dirty? Did they do our boys clean? We never know, but let's find out. It always informs you a little bit more, no matter how much you want to give it as far as weight. You don't have to give it a lot. I understand that there's some out there that don't want to give it a lot, but it does inform you. It does give you a little bit of more information and data than you had going into it, and I always think that that's a good thing. Kenneth Walker, we said on Sunday, I still believe it now, had his flu game, his Jordan flu game, his Jordan flu game against the Utah Jazz. As that man carried himself through, you saw him on the sidelines over there. We're back out on offense. Now the defense decides to be good this week. Drug his poor bones out onto that football field and balled out, one-handed catches in the end zone, busting runs, cutting back outside, finding a hole where there is no daylight, being his typical really good self, 87.7, second highest graded running back in the sport by PFF this year, Kenneth Walker. DK Metcalf had himself a really good day as well. Not a big surprise there. Had himself a drop or two today, which tells you what kind of day could have even been more so if he was able to have reeled in a couple of those other passes. Tyler Lockett, steady as she goes, Mr. Consistency. You can just write him down for that 1,000 yards a year and he hits it. He's continuing to get open. Another guy that came this close on that day to having his day look even better. If he catches that 9 route, which that's not really a drop. He's almost playing like a corner there, but he jumps in front of the guy and grabs the ball there in a moment, which was huge. And if he pulled that ball in, that would have been sensational. Connor Williams, like I said, slowly getting bit by bit better. He was your 4th highest rated guy in this game. Finally, a chance to feature Noah Fant. Boy, is he going to have some impact this next week against this team if you are missing DK Metcalf. They did Geno Smith, I think, a little dirty on this at 69.3. I think he had a lot better day than that. I don't know how they exactly came to that grade from Geno on that side of it. Bradford having maybe his best game of the season at 67.2 in his mixing in there at right guard with Haynes. You'll notice Haynes at the bottom. This is the thing I warned a little bit to the folks on pushing so hard and heartily for Haynes this year right now, saying Bradford is trash. Get Bradford out of there. And I said to you guys at the time, and I maintain it now, I get that Bradford's not necessarily sparkling in what he's providing, but he's got some upside. If we can give him time, he might get to that upside. And even in this moment now, more likely than not, probably better than what you get from Haynes. For while Haynes gives you what he does as a pass protector, he's not opening anything up in the ground at that 45 grade. I think that does match to what you see from the tape. It matches what you saw from in college. Just not as much a people mover at this point. He's got the tenacity and ability to do it. It's just not quite fully in his bag yet to do it when it comes to Bradford. Cross, Laken Tomlinson. Cross solidly graded. Laken Tomlinson a little bit below average. Average is about 65 grade. If you want to look for a metric on this of about league average, would be right around that territory. So bottom end, Christian Haynes, Bobo had a bad drop in this game. He's kind of had a little bit of a, sophomore slump, just a tiny bit here so far as Bobo. Farrell Brown, not bringing it as well, though. The pass blocking certainly was very nice to be able to have, because that is something that's going to be needed at a time when pass protection is breaking down, especially when you're starting Jarrell out there as your fourth tackle started this year. And Jarrell, not as well graded. I'll show you a couple of his snaps. I don't know that he was a 50.9 by the tape I watched, and I locked in on him pretty steadily here on some of these cuts I'm going to show you today, and I thought he held up well for the most part. It wasn't perfect, but he didn't give up a lot of ambulance pressure, let's call it, right? Where he's doing the equivalent of what you do on a golf course and yelling forward to the quarterback after you just blew your block and pass protection. I didn't see a lot of that either on that side, so I thought that grade was a little bit interesting. And Jackson Smith and Jigba, 51 snaps, 53.6 grade. Been about right in the spot, kind of around this area throughout this year so far, maybe absent that one Patriot game. Still kind of waiting to feel a little bit of his impact on this one, and I'd offer a little bit of the same here with Charbonnet this year. A couple guys that you're looking for here in year 2 to step forward, and you're maybe not quite feeling that yet. Not to say it won't get there. I'm not dogging them or saying it's not in them to eventually draw upon this. It just hasn't been there so far. On the defensive side of the ball, Derek Hall, he is coming forward. 42 snaps in this game. He is 87.7. He's gone above Boye Mafe so far this year and how he's been graded. And Boye's been graded well, but these guys look like two pillars going forward. Julian Love, kind of bounce back game for him on the rating front, as he's been dinged a little bit in recent weeks in this 3-game stretch. Byron Murphy, hey, how about the impact from the Rook? 74.6, your 3rd highest rated player. Get Drake Thomas in there for a cup of coffee. Only was in for 4 snaps, so don't take too much from that. Mafe, who looked at times to me a little still gimpy on that knee in this game. He came out well graded, but still did not look at necessarily 100% in this one. Roy Robertson Harris, 5 tackles in this game, 68.2 grade. He was active. He was looking to me to impress the team that he was on. Josh Jobe, 66.6. Better day on tape I saw from Jobe than that grade. So that's another guy that I think got a little bit dinged in the wrong way on this one. He's going to be a guy I'm going to feature in a second here on one of these segments. A couple of these segments, actually. And I thought he played a much better game than 66.6. Bottom end of things here as we go up. Tyrese Knight out there for 7 snaps in this game. Did not perform particularly well. Pritchett, your other rookie, did not perform particularly well. Jerome Baker. Why has he been moved today? Why is he on the trading block today? Why is he no longer a Seattle Seahawk? Because he's not giving you anything. And one of your key points here with Baker is a little bit in this move and understanding you have in Jones the antithesis of Baker in many ways. And what I mean by that is that Baker is your guy that goes to the combine and I think runs like a 4.51 and is really fast and has all of the metrics you look for. High, Jones has got more length, but I think he's got about the same kind of height. But unfortunately, you just don't feel that on the field with Baker as much. That athleticism and that speed that you get on the track field doesn't show itself as much on the field. That's that part I always tell people about where they'll get caught up on a guy being this much quicker than this guy. And I go, yeah, but if this guy's got really poor instincts or if he's not got that all-in sort of tenaciousness to him, that speed and quickness gets rendered a little bit useless at times. And if this guy on the other end of it has that anticipation of where the play is going and understands it and it does not get, overdrawn out wrongly and is willing to put his nose in there, that's the guy that can overcome a little bit of that stuff if he's not able to bring that as much to the table. And I think with Ernest, there's, to me, a make no mistake about it, he's a 3rd rounder because of the fact he runs a 4.7 on his pro day, not because he's not a player that when you turn on the tape, he doesn't show up. And I think he will show up here, but that PFF score that you see there from Baker here, 3rd lowest grade, not having a particularly good season overall. He's been better graded than this, but I think PFF's been kind of kind with Jerome versus what I've seen from the eye test on him on the All-22, which has been pretty uninspired for most of this year. And one of those guys that at times makes me feel like he was making business decisions. Just going to say it. Just making me feel like there's a little bit of business decisions going on right there. All right, let's keep it moving. And we'll keep it moving to one of those guys we were just talking about here. This cornerback who came out of nowhere. I didn't expect he was going to start this week. Wasn't aware that they were looking to elevate him up. Undrafted rookie free agent, been with the Eagles the past 2 years, not serving in a particularly big role, but in this game he served in a big role. He came out on that field and Artie Burns down and Trey Brown down and Tariq Woolen down. And much like Jarrell, and this is a game that's very much what this game was about, was unsung heroes. Those guys coming out and helping your Hawks out that weren't as much the stars. You have certainly your plays with DK Metcalf and Geno or the strip sack fumble for the touchdown return that are also present within this game, but it was those unsung heroes and those guys that you wouldn't think you could count on. Those guys that you would think would be detriments and failure points. And why'd we lose the game? Well, we're playing a 4th string corner. Why'd you lose the game? Because you got a 4th string right tackle out there. That's why. And that's not what happened in this particular game, is it? That's not what occurred. And we're going to lean with this guy on 2 segments today to show how good he was. Lead it off here with the biggest hits of the week.
The biggest hit of the week.
And who's this first guy we're going to be looking at? That's right, Josh Jobe. A man named Job. Josh Jobe is our first big hit of the week. And I want you to lock in. I'm going to run it a couple of times here so you can keep checking it out. You're going to look to the top side of your screen here, and Josh Jobe comes in and lays a nice wicked lick here right over the top. It might not seem like it's hard. I assure you he's laying a nice stick there to knock him over here and knock and dislodge the ball free. He's playing a little bit of an off coverage look here, right? See the bail kind of drop. I don't know if there's a pure man here. It's probably a man match route a little bit, I would estimate, because he does have the cover 2 over the top there. So he might be even running just maybe even a pure man on off coverage. But love the reaction. And what stands out in this game from Jobe is that a lot of these plays you're getting him doing this, where he's reading, and then pull it, get it. A lot of these corners you'll catch right at that moment where they're a hairpin late. He's there right on time to be able to dislodge that ball. So a beautiful hit here from Jobe in this football game. But it doesn't end there. It does not end there, because then we get more from Jobe, because he's also this man named Jobe, this superhero wonder that we got this past week, was also my underrated hero of the week. The Atlanta Falcons in this game, going back and watching the tape, wanted to make it a point of emphasis to go after Job with Drake London. That was going to be their attack point. And there were even times in this game where you had him a little bit out there, not maybe full island coverage, but he was going to have to hold up. What stands out in this game is you have that going on with him that's really nice and good, but then in addition to that, he was also jumping on switch releases on routes. He would be in zone to one guy and pull off in coverage and pull to the other guy when they tried to flood zone him a little bit with something, conceptually speaking. And it just over and over again, you're watching and going, wow, this is kind of advanced stuff here for a guy, again, that, 3 years in this league's been an undrafted rookie free agent guy, just kind of waiting and biding his time. But as we know, sometimes these guys, it's not always a lack of talent. Sometimes it's just a lack of opportunity. I'm not saying this guy's about to turn on and become a star, but boy, was he impressive. First, you get him out, as I said before, starting out on this play, bottom of your screen with Drake London. London's running a little in-cut route. He's meant to run him off on this play, right? Whether it's zone, whether it's man, I run you off. I run you off. The player comes underneath and attacks underneath, being Pitts there. So he covers both Drake London and Pitts. No big deal. One play. Just one play. I covered both Pitts and Drake London. I mean, that's just who I am. That's just what I do. Oh, and I made a play on the ball. No big deal. That's just what I do. I've been telling you, coach, just give me that opportunity. I've been telling you, coach, you give me one chance. I've been telling you, coach. What a great play, though. You're in the box. I love these short zone concepts. Squeeze down on this type of stuff. Don't give them the easy completions at times, especially if you can anticipate it. But to switch off this, start with Drake. Don't take the cheese. Drive back on the ball. Not just be there in a position to go, let's say, make the tackle on Pitts, but actually to be in the position to actually go make a play on the ball in addition to it. Great play. Great play. Come back here now, top of your screen. Kind of conceptually, the same sort of situation. We're going to pull, and it's a same kind of thing where want to pull him into the middle of the field to throw out to the sticks, to throw out essentially to the sidelines, past the numbers. And so that's what they're trying to do to you conceptually. He's in pure man and press here, but just reads it. His coach is helping put you in the right situation, but he almost pick sixes this. I mean, this is an inch away from being pick sixed. And I can't tell you how much tape I've watched over the years. You can maybe look at this and just go, well, it's a quick little route. I mean, who cares? Just a quick little route where he just stands and then jumps over here. Do you know how much tape I have watched over the past 3 years with our defense and coverage and guys dropping into short zones to nowhere? Guys dropping into short zones and not picking up one man, much less two men in coverage, or just getting completely flexed upon by the flood zone concepts. You want an indicator? If you've got the NFL Plus, go back and watch that Bills game from a couple of years ago against your Seahawks and Josh Allen in Buffalo. And look at what they did to you with that same type of stuff all day long. So I just love the route recognition here. I love how he jumps on top of it to go make the play. This was in the second half in a lot of these plays. This is when you're really needing it and the game's kind of still on the line and in question. Come back again. He ain't done. Bottom of your screen. You're going to get him purely in press here. And no, this is not a flag, by the way. You'll see the flag come out. They picked it up because the Falcons were morons on this play. And you ended up with your receivers who are going to get chewed out for this, having two receivers end up in one place. That's why guys end up stumbling and falling over themselves, is because your idiot receivers can't figure out how to run the right routes. There's no play in the playbook that has your receivers ending up in a route in the same spot on the football field. That is what we call a blown route there. And if my guess is that I want to say it's probably bottom of your screen, that's a problem. I think part of what mucks this play up, though, is watch the press and how far inside he forces this. So watch closely, bottom of your screen with the press. He starts at the numbers with this, and he gets him almost to the middle of the field with that press. I just like the rep. It's a little physical. Could it have been called? Maybe. I think the officials ended up picking it up, though, because they recognized Falcons receivers didn't eat their Wheaties this week. No, that's not right. That's not right. That's not right. No. Let me get to the right call here. I think we got them all. We got them all there. Yeah, this moment right here. There's our press. So there's your shots there, Joe. My underrated guy of the week. I thought he was awesome out there in this game, playing physical, playing nice in coverage, a little bit of man, a little bit of him in zone. You like that mix from McDonald's standpoint? That's what you're looking for. That's what they call in the business ideal, you could say. So nicely done on his part. Got the both big hit. Got the underrated hero of the week. I think there's a couple other guys that there's no doubt you could be pointing to in this game and going, hey, what about Roy Robert Harris? You know, Oxus, what about that? Yeah, you could certainly point to him. What about Mike Jarrell holding up there, right? And that's a good point as well. And Mike in this game played really well. Mentioned that score a second ago, and you're going to want to watch to the right tackle here, 65. So the right-hand side of your screen, I'm going to show a couple of these cut-ups with Jarrell. And he played a really, really nice game. Hands inside. See how the hands go inside there? Right hand, inside. Don't let it get too wide. It's a clean rep. He wins in pass pro here. Also like, this is early on in the game, by the way. You like Grubb giving him little bits of help, right? It's not a full-on, I'm going to give you the double team with the tight end, but you're going to get a little bit of chip. We'll ensure he's not going to take that wide angle on you and keep him in front of you. But still a nice rep, and you got these kind of reps through him throughout the game. Again, early on here, they try to run a little bit of power. It's a nice job with the long arm. Basically hit him with the bull rush and then pull back to the long arm, number 50. You're looking at right tackle here. You did draw the penalty here. You were able to get this ball down the field there, so he's at least able to hold up to let this route develop enough to throw the back shoulder. You get the penalty on A.J. Terrell, of course, too. But not a bad rep early on. That's, you know, the nerves were, his hands were shaking. You know those ankles were shaking. Still again here early on, a little bit up in the run game now. Again, you want to lock in here on the right side. This is on Walker's really nice run. So it's not how you draw it up to have him do it this way. That's not what we call crystal clear technique, as you watch him sort of whiff around the side of him and then come back into him and then flop over the top of him. So it's not how you draw it up on the chalkboard if you're the coaches. It gets it done, and that is Grady Jarrett. That's a tough block. But this one made me laugh a little bit when I watched it, because he just put a little bit in slower mo so you guys can see it here. Just watch how he completely whiff. Oh, I'll get back into this. Oh, Jarrett falls down. I'm going to just bend him over now. And then Geno, hey, props to you, man, for getting out front. Another rep here with Jarrell. Get the completion down to DK Metcalf in this game. So he's just helping out on the inside here. You basically kind of just tighten your pass pro up here, where you bring everything in real super tight for Geno. No one's really kind of one-on-oneing necessarily on that kind of play. It's kind of a replay a little bit here. He falls down. Not the most, crystal clean snaps, but again, the guy's nerves here at this point in the game. I mean, this is early on. He's a wee bit nervous here. He settled in, I think, is what I'm trying to say. The more the game went on, I think the more he kind of got, okay, I can get this. I can play here. I can make this happen. Here we go again. Able to just take the inside counter move and flush him out. Geno gets sacked, but this is not on him, really. It's just as much there's not an option for Geno to go down the field after this clears, and then Geno kind of panics out of the pocket because he sees the linebacker there. But not a bad job of handling the inside counter here back. The guy's really never close to sacking Geno. He just takes, you can see the edge rusher just takes such an extreme inside track there. I mean, he's just like almost going lateral to do what he's doing there. And maybe that's part of their pass rush that they're setting up there. But you kind of go, okay. Got a little bit of late pressure here. I will say to my eyes here with 65, there's a lot of games being run on this play. So this is one of the more points where he's getting really challenged by the defense. You got 3 of these 4 bodies coming, and you got to kind of decide what you're doing. He stays committed to the linebacker. He's able to at first kind of get him blocked up. Geno gets flushed by the other pressure because they're just overloading you with the numbers here. Seattle doesn't do a bad job of picking it up, actually. Charbonnet, shout out to him there. Shout out to Noah Fant, who not only kind of keeps the clean block there, but also then keeps his eyes up so that Geno can get to him. But you can see a nice job here of staying steady in front of the linebacker, keeping him under control. And Geno, hey, he's got some escapability there, man. That's a linebacker he's getting away from there in short spaces. Another rep here on the outside. Hands get a little bit high on this. Geno with one of his immaculate Russell Wilson-like. That's definitely Russ's influence right there. I guarantee it. We got 65 here. Hands again in a good spot for the most part. Gets a little bit high from the right tackle position here, but not outside and not holding and not grabbing. So it's not going to be called as a sometimes what you worry about these guys where they not only get beat, but they're also like panic holding left and right. So not a bad rep here. Good pitted pass rush there. Geno never gets touched. Great job by Geno to get away, and it's really more the guy to the left side that's kind of creating the pressure there from Cross's perspective, I think, but you could argue that. You could debate me on that, and I wouldn't. I'd give ground. All right, here we got the touchdown run from Kenneth Walker. You guys have no doubt seen this highlight. It's going over his side. Christian Haynes, on a day where Haynes was not well graded as a run blocker, did a very nice job there. But you can see with Haynes, like what I talk about with him, where on his good run blocks, you'll even see he's not going to be a maul guy. He's not going to really drive you off the ball. That's not really where it's going to come from. It's going to be more position blocking. Bam, bam, bam. I know see how as soon as the running back's to the hole, Haynes has positioned himself where he's got his back to the running back. He's a very, very smart in being able to position block in that way and do it just naturally with the timing where he can route his body around so that there's always, you think about it, it's like you got your running back running and the defender wants to get there, and he's always kind of like twisting with the running back as the running back's going through the hole. But it's not, I'm hitting this guy up and then I'm pushing him off the ball and driving him back. And so that's why you sometimes see him poorly graded in the run grades from PFF and whatnot, even with colleges, because it's more of that shield blocking. I'll control you. I'm not going to be doing anything outside the context of the rule, but it's more I'm controlling you. I'm not really trying to push you. But good rep here really from Jarrell as well. Gets control. Hands maybe a tiny hair wide, but he lets go at the right time there. And then DK Metcalf down the field with his one-arm block, because Terrell, by that point, he's taken AJ Terrell's soul and spirit. Terrell's like, look, I'm done today, man. I'll just let others tackle. All right, bet. I'm going to do this one-hand move then and style on you. All right, I don't care. I still don't want to tackle, man. All right. But nice little block there from Jarrell. A couple more here. Nice job dealing with the blitz here. A little bit of a Grady Jarrett sighting. Again, Geno with the escapability. Jarrett moving a little bit of a twist stunt game. This is what you worry about with the rookie who's in his first start. They run some games like this. Now the move up around the head move he does here, where he decides to grab onto Jarrett's head. Now remember Jarrett, he's a real small guy a little bit for that defensive tackle position, so it's easier to do, but that's probably... He gets his hands off it quick, so he's so fast with it, it's hard to catch. But that might be called from time to time in other circumstances. But not a bad rep, and good job of being ready with that switch. Pretty seamlessly picked up there. He kind of panics a little bit at first, but he gets it under control. So encouraging signs here. Another one here, another pass rush. Another one where you give a little bit of help on the chip. Oh, we saw that one earlier, my bad. I showed that one before. Last one here. It's a quick throw. This one, just get the ball right out of Geno's hands. They're bringing a blitz. Geno's finding the hot. But Jarrell, nice set. Love the hands. Good base. He's not getting moved back on contact. Neutralizes the edge rusher. Yeah, it's a quick throw, but it's also a really good rep, I thought, from Jarrell on that side of it. I lied. A couple more here. Helps out on the double team. You want some nastiness? You want him to be mean? You want your lineman mean? You want your lineman nasty? Do you like your lineman to put his nuts up on a guy's head after he blocks the hell out of him and pancakes him? Are you one of those people? Are you like, all right, I want him to pancake him, and then I want him to teabag him. But I want him to teabag him by making him a hat, turning himself into a hat. I wanted him to teabag himself by turning himself into a hat after he pancakes him. That's what I want. And he's like, bet. I got you. That's Grady Jarrett. You're still better interior defensive tackles in this sport. Just throwing him around. He gets a little help from Bradford, granted, but I give him all that throw. I give him all that one. And the teabag move was a little egregious, but style points for also doing kind of the dive move technique thing there. I like that. That's kind of cool. Kind of dig that. Right up here where he gets a little bit pushed into on this one, but that's on the GK Metcalf throw with Geno. We're going to get back to this one in a second, so a little bit of quick pressure. Geno having to step up in the pocket because of that quick pressure. But we're getting back to that throw in a second. Last one here. Like this rep quite a bit. Widens the edge defender out of the hole. The edge defender does set a hard edge here where you're not going to get outside that shoulder from Kenneth Walker's standpoint, but it's also a read option out of shotgun. So you're not as much trying to get this to the edge. Your one block gets blown inside with sort of Connor Williams getting to the linebacker late, and it's a good job at the linebacker to jump this play 53, to jump it in the hole. He really makes the play here, but your right tackle on this play, I think, does a good job of, okay, you're going to set the edge. Now, can I, as a right tackle or left tackle at that point, if you're going to try to set that edge, widen you out? You know, have you coming back to your coach at the end of it and saying, coach, I didn't, well, essentially you have the edge. The edge would come back to his coach and say, hey, coach, I set the edge. I was able to not have him take my outside shoulder. And the coach comes back to him and says, yeah, but you've got to pin this down a little bit. You've got to close that hole up a little bit as you're setting that edge. And it's hard to do. It's hard to do. But that's why I like this rep from Jarrell, and appreciate what I was seeing from him on that. All right, let's keep it rolling. There's another little segment I like to cover on. So we just keep this rolling up the top. Thanks for watching today, folks. If you could, please hit that like button, as it helps the channel, helps me grow. But this next segment, if I can find the darn thing. So many things here today. So many things. Oh, I lost it. All right, there we go. All right, this is the segment I like to call the play call that hit just a little bit different.
This one hit different.
And this one's going to be that play I was telling you about a second ago in regards to the throw to DK Metcalf. I feel like you've got to kind of highlight this play for a couple of different reasons. Number one, this is a game-changing play that the whole course of this game was changed. You go to a 10-point lead going into halftime. You start the process of removing the run game from Atlanta by getting this score at the end and stealing this away, especially with Atlanta getting that possession to start the half out. But that's also, of course, brilliantly executed by the quarterback, receiver, and a couple of other folks. But let's break down kind of why I like the play call itself and what it's anticipating. Because I think that you're telling your defenders, including your safeties here, to keep an eye towards the out of bounds marker. You're gonna have them in cover 2 because you want to make sure they're first staying clean over the top. But you'd say first stay clean over the top. Next, kind of keep an eye out for those routes going to the sidelines, because Seattle here is basically down to their last play. And you're anticipating from a defense that they're really not going to try to push this down to the end zone. That's why when you heard McDonald talk about this play, he said, Then I saw Geno was going to throw it, and I went, oh, geez, because even McDonald's, as a defensive coach, there's anticipating offensively, you're going to go get 7-8 yards, you're going to run out of bounds, you're going to make the kick a little bit easier for Jason Myers. But you are anticipating you're probably going to get that cover too, that you get the off coverage. Also something that you're probably, that coverage is going to be off, and those guys are going to be trailing. So they're not in man, they're just going to be in kind of trailing coverage is the way that they're going to run this. And so in cover 2, you've got your specific spots that you can typically tend to hit. And those spots are going to be, as you can see here on my cursor, if you look, you can sneak it in between the outside corner and the safety. Now, typically the corner is going to be more impressed with that trail coverage, that trail technique. And so you'll have a little bit more space here to hit that shot. Or if you're up here to the top side of the screen, let's say between the 10 and the 20 there, where you would try to fit that in, because those safeties are going to drop naturally with depth. They're going to drop naturally to, think of it like a bubble just past about the 5-yard line on either side. Now what this does naturally do is then open up the center of the field, and it becomes on the middle linebacker, this guy right here, to be Johnny on the spot and get his happy ass back up the football field in really what would be traditional cover 2. He's got to get back up the middle of the field between the 2 hash marks. And the failure point here really is, at the end of the day, not the safeties, but I might argue it's probably the linebacker, in my opinion, because what you can see with that linebacker is that he gets bought in on the combo route to the other side of the field, and that makes him completely late to getting up the field to DK. DK's speed also separates here, where he's eating him so much field here that he's getting to the spot faster than the inside linebacker can get to, just flat out. That's just also what you're sort of attacking here. But a lot of times you'll typically ask that inside linebacker at the snap. Urlacher was famous for this in the cover 2, of just asking him to go straight back. You're just going to sprint like hell and go straight back. So why I keep mentioning this is that, of course, DK Metcalf, Geno Smith are aware of this as well. And so when Geno, as he's stepping up, realizes that this inside linebacker is playing it more over to that side and playing a little bit, I think there's a little bit of a cheating going on here, where you see him right here? If I hold it right here, where you've got that linebacker, look, Geno's seeing this, right? This is right before he steps up, where he goes, ooh, the linebacker didn't go deep. He stayed short. And if you look at that corner to the top side here, as I'll hold it, this guy right here, he's kind of playing like he's looking at that sideline route. He's holding on Fant. He's kind of staying to the sideline a little bit. So from Geno's perspective, he's like, okay, they're playing the cover 2, but I know if those guys drop to their depth, that middle of the field's probably going to be open here with the middle linebacker vacated, because he's not running like hell like he should be to get up the field to the spot. And that's just what happens here. And DK runs a nice route here to... DK also a part of this in that route running, because it's that route where he's cutting that out right here, bottom of your screen, where he cuts that out, and that just pauses for, it does 2 things. Watch what it does first to 24 Terrell. It gets him to buy into going to the corner there, but then watch what it does to the safety, who's just staring right now in DK all the way. Boom. He gets the safety to flip his hips too. Boom. It's very subtle, but that's the move. That's DK's route running there that's causing that safety to do it. He's watching DK. There aren't any other receivers here for the safety to pick up in this moment. This free safety here, he's got, who else is he responsible for? Nobody. He's staring right now right at DK. So when DK makes that out and up move, he buys it. And no middle linebacker in the middle of the field, touchdown. One more angle here, which is just, I mean, this thing is a freaking thing of beauty to watch. I mean, just this throw is just le magnifique. Le magnifique. I'm telling you. Just beautiful, gutsy as hell. I love this throw. Geno's made some great throws, and there's some higher level throws he's made over the past couple of years, but this one's just the moment, getting the touchdown there, the ballsy gutsiness of it, just the audacity. Really the audacity to throw it. I liked me some Geno. I really do. So that is your play call that hit a little bit different this week. That one that just hit a little, that just,
This
I don't know what it did. Well, it did just hit a little different. It's just a little different. All right, let's move on to the fun section here. The funner section. Let's get a little bit of prediction worked in here. Let's go around the world a little bit. And you guys know I like to do it. I've got my cat. She's got psychic qualities. I've been trying to sell you folks on this for years. She's got psychic qualities, I'm telling you, and she's going to lead us to the promised land this year. She's going to show us the way. She's going to predict this NFL season. So let's see what.
Okay.
Let's see what Pumpkin predicts. I'm going to need my people's help on this one. I don't know if we can call this her making a pick. She's on the, we know this is a tough matchup. Bills coming into town. It could go either way. High scoring game, pick 'em kind of game, flip a coin kind of game. I felt like Pumpkin was much of the same way. I was hard to pin her down. I moved her to a different area of the house this time. I tried to change things up a little bit, but as you can see on this one, we're going to have your call on this, guys. I'm going to need the instant replay for you to make the determination on this one. Sam on either side. Hawks on one. Bills on the right. Hawks on the left. Which way does she go? Starts out. Not sure. Looks like she's going to go down the hallway. Stops. Comes back. Takes a bite of the Hawk. Starts to go over to the Bills plate. And then walks down the hall the other way. Is that a Seahawk win? Is that a Seahawk win in overtime? Is she just not sure? Is it like the fates have not yet determined it? We got to go find the oracle out there in Greece or whatever. I don't know. You're going to have to tell me, you guys. You're going to let me know what that is. Technically, the snout went into the Seahawk dish. So I read that as the Seahawk win myself. She was 5-2 for our Hawks in her predictions coming into this game. So she's also not just predicted every time a Hawk win. She's truly tapping into that unseen force that we can't quite see and feel, but we know is there. Oh, let's keep it going here, folks, and let's get over here to the next segment here, which is going to be the segment I say you got to keep an eye on your enemy. You want to go to an NFL championship, you got to take care of your division first. First things first, you got to earn the right to get yourself to a conference champ. You got to earn your right to get yourself to a Super Bowl. And that means you got to keep an eye on the enemy and you got to win your division. So let's take a look and just see for a second, if we can, what went down in the NFC West this past week. Well, we're kind of, if you're hoping for some fading away, you didn't get quite fading away this year as far as the NFC West goes. They're still holding on, hanging in there. Now, some teams are underperforming, some worse than others, I suppose. I did the show last night, the NFC West Roundtable show that I'm doing on a weekly basis, and we had my guy Jesse over there from Last Second Sports, and I just about was ready to start giving him the suicide hotline out there because he was in some dark shape there as far as his outlook at this Niner team this year. He's talking rebuild already. But the Rams needed this win big time. If they lose the Raiders here, they're really looking uphill coming into this with only one win on the season. You have to win against this bad Raiders team. It had to happen playing at home. They gutted it out. It wasn't pure, it wasn't easy, it wasn't simple. But they were able to make it happen, and that's what matters at the most. They've got an easier schedule as this season finishes out. So if they can get healthy as the year goes on, this is a team that still remains dangerous, that still remains really tough, and they are getting Cooper Kupp back now here for Thursday Night Football tomorrow night. Pukanuka is right behind him as well. Some linemen returning back in who've been on IR as well, I believe, so or at least out. So they're looking better and better, but we've got rumors as well now bubbling yesterday all over the place that perhaps maybe the Rams could be looking at moving Stafford to the Vikings and flipping him for Sam Darnold and, obviously draft pick compensation offset, all that, but that the Vikings would like the upside of Stafford and what he offers to them in the immediacy, and the Rams would like Darnold and the potential of what he offers and maybe the long term of what they see, because reportedly they really like him quite a bit. So interesting ongoings here with the Rams, and maybe a lot on the line this upcoming week for the Rams if they win or lose here in their matchup this week, because of the fact that if they lose, those guys now become much more likely, I think, to be essentially sold, intentionally, that it becomes kind of a fire sale sort of situation, if you will, and make of that what you will on that. But that seems to be a bit of my read on it. The Arizona Cardinals were able to get a last-second win from the Chargers. They traded field goals at the end, and the Cardinals were able to do enough. I'll tell you, that's a gritty damn team. And I was saying this last night on the NFC West Roundtable show, that I've seen a lot of recent coaches come through Arizona, and there's been things that have been good and things that have been bad about certain coaches coming in there, but there's not been a coach, I think, that's gotten as much sometimes as much of the sort of the fierce buy-in of spirit that you get from this Cardinal team, especially what you feel from them defensively. They're really gritty. And I know that you're going to say that about a team anyway that's not overly talented. We say it's like a cliche, you know, he's not talented. Boy, he's got a lot of grit. He'll try hard over, you know, all that sort of things. You know, he's an overachiever. So I'm not trying to get too far into the weeds as far as in the cliches with this, but it's just something that stands out when you watch this Cardinal team on a weekly basis, is that it's not perfect for them. Kyler Murray's up and down, and that they can't get behind in games because they need to kind of keep it close, because if they get behind in games, it's over with. They can just be stepped upon, and stepped upon hard. So if they can keep in games like this one, if they can kind of keep fighting through it, they'll find a way and can find a way at the end. They need their running game to work as well. If that's shut down, that becomes a completely different team. Another game here where you see that kind of indication of it. In this one where Connor was able to get running and rolling, but last minute drive, able to be executed by Kyler Murray. Wasn't perfect. Got a little bit of help from the officials on a bit of a controversial call to keep a drive alive. Where it would have been a bit of a different maybe outcome otherwise, but they got the dub. They got themselves at 3-4. They're still in this wide open NFC West, which brings us to the final team in this division. The team right now that they're down in the dumps. You know, I know you hate your fellow 49ers. I know that you want to see them fail as much as I do. But boy, are they feeling the pain. The Kansas City Chiefs are in the 49ers' heads in a big time way. They won this game 28-18 on the road. They've won like 4 or 5 straight times against Shanahan, have the Chiefs, including a couple of those Super Bowls. This was a game where Chiefs got out ahead of them, and it wasn't even really they blew a lead to the Niners. It was just that the Chiefs were able to get ahead of them and do just enough offensively, and Brock Purdy kind of came down to earth a bit in this game. I'm not a big Brock Purdy guy, and I'm really hoping and salivating at the thought of the Niners paying this guy $50 million. I want to see it. And this kind of game kind of shows you that if you get a team that actually employs the right type of defensive approach, look, the Chiefs are a really great defense, maybe the best defense in the NFL. But they also brought the right defensive approach to this Niners team in this game. And what I mean by that is I'm talking stack boxes, creative blitzes, a willingness to run man coverage concepts. These are the type of things I've called for our Hawks to do that we refuse to do when we play the Niners. And when you do see teams like the Chiefs employ this, or like the Vikings have employed this, that it has a lot of good effect for them on Brock and what it causes, you know, to have happen with him. So, you know, I really think that this is a little bit of a blueprint that, of course, McDonald can maybe utilize in when we play them a couple weeks down the road from now, where they are not going to have Brandon Ayuk. And we'll see where that from a health standpoint of some of the other players at that time. But roll this way. That's what you want to employ. And the Chiefs are legit on that defense. I'm not trying to take any away from what they do and how they do it on a weekly basis, but it's also a part of also how you go about doing it and understanding your opponent. And what makes really Spagnuolo a really good defensive coach is not just merely producing great defenses. It's that his defenses can play to the weaknesses of the opponent. They can force that opponent into their weaknesses. That's what he was able to do against Lamar Jackson and the Ravens last year, and forcing Lamar to those deep throws down the field, doing a lot of similar stuff to what he just did in this Niner game, where he goes, look, I know what you can and can't do. I know where you are and aren't dangerous. And you're dangerous in a lot of areas. And Purdy, he can do a lot of things to get after you, but it's not everywhere. There are weaknesses. There are closed spots to go after. And so they able to get the win. You got Niner fans going, man, it's not even about divisions. I don't even care about the division anymore. The season's over with. So their fan base is popping off the bandwagon pretty quickly right now. And Jesse was in a pretty dark place last night on that roundtable, where I was pretty surprised, going, man, you guys are still, as much as anyone, favored to win this division, I think, by Vegas, and get a couple of injuries, turn around to the right side of it. I know Ayuk ain't coming back, but you're still a very good team, and this is still a very wide open NFC to me. But that's where they were. That's, I guess, where they were at. That's what they were thinking there. He's like, you know, let's just rebuild. I don't want to be in this place. What good is it just to win divisions? It's about championships. Hey, fair point. Fair point. I'm not gonna knock it. I'm not gonna dog it. But all right, you know, So that's our coverage here today on our items across the board. I appreciate you guys watching and putting up a long-winded opening there, but we had to get through a lot of different parts and pieces of this as far as this goes to, kind of cover everything. But really good move with Jones. Good, good mojo, good momentum right now as far as what our Hawks are rolling with right now and how things are going along. While we have teams like the Niners losing Ayuk for the season, they've lost to Hargrave, and those are two guys that you're spending over, I think, $20 million a year on, done. I mean, and then you throw McCaffrey into that as well. That's a lot to lose off your team, just that alone, and that's not all of it. You can, throw a guy like a Dre Greenlaw on top of it. And so we're in a lot better position, I think, in retrospect, no matter how dark it was a couple of weeks ago with some of those injuries and where it was looking at the moment. It's getting better. It's clearing up a little bit. Want to see it continue to improve, but it's a long NFL season, and that's why I push so much back against people with the instant reactions of, well, the year's over. I think you got to let it all play out and see where it all fully goes. You don't really ever know. I'm victim of it as much as anyone. We all get emotional on game day. It takes me too, so I can't say like I'm rise above that either. I'm in the same position at times, but I say it to remind myself as much as anybody on this that we got to keep patient and let this thing play out and see that this team can come together stronger and stronger and better and better. One final note on Ernest Jones. He is a guy coming from that Tennessee Titans defense, which is running the same defense. So like Mike McDonald said today, that we will get a guy that knows all the terminology and should not be, lost too much in the sauce on that side of it. Let's see where you guys are at. Did you love this move? Do you hate the move? Do you wish they just sit on the draft capital and the compensation on that? Let it roll with that. I'd love to hear from you guys here in the chat. So you let me know on that side of it. Let me get a couple of these donos I'm behind on, and then we'll catch back over to you guys. Thank you for bearing with me on the donos. Sorry, just I had a lot to get through there on the opening on these roundups. William, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, okay, why did the Rams move off of Jones? So the reason that I'm being told, and I will let me get the tweet. So I will get the because why I bring this up is that I was asking when I initially went into the NFC Roundtable show a couple of weeks ago. I was bringing up to the to Rob, essentially, I was saying, hey, sorry, one sec here. I lost my deal. To Jake, not Rob. I was bringing up to Jake, the Rams fan. I was saying, you got to walk me through this, because he was talking up the defense and how good they were going to be this year and how much they were going to be better than last year. And I said, I don't quite understand this. You're going to have to walk me through it. How do you lose Aaron Donald? How do you lose Aaron Donald and then you lose Ernest Jones, who looked like at least your third best defensive player off last year's team, and then expect your team gets better from that? Like, you should be at the very least the same, if not probably likely to be worse. And he was at that time very certain that they wouldn't miss a beat with it. But I asked him at the time, why did you guys move off of Ernest Jones? He's 25 years old. It would seem to me like this would be the type of guy that you would want to sign to an extension. And he didn't give me anything at the time. I'm trying to make this freaking work, and it's not working right now because it's being stupid. Sorry guys, I'm trying to give my response here to it. I might have to just read it for you guys on it. He says, all right, so yeah, I'm gonna have to read it. This is why you don't do these things live like that. You get that all set up beforehand, so you don't. But this was his exact words of response to me. And again, he covers these Rams teams, so this is him pretty well cut into it. He said they traded Ernest Jones because he let himself go, gained weight, lost speed, and was awful in joint practices. However, Brandon, I am upset with the Rams because I was told I didn't know what I was talking about when I said the Rams got nothing for him, and now the Seahawks just showed they got fleeced. He's not the same player as last year, but maybe Seattle will bring him back. So there's Jake, as always, throwing a little dig in there, right? There's a little dig there as he's trying to be like, well, you guys gave up more draft compensation than we got for the Titans. That's what he's kind of saying there. Jake. But he also fails to recognize the reason that we're giving out the compensation has a lot to do with the Baker factor of this. It has to do with the compensatory pick that you're expecting to get back on the side of this. But that's the reason given, at least, William, from their perspective as to why not. I might also offer that if you look at the Rams during Sean McVay's time there, if you look at the Rams during Les Snead, the general manager's time there, who is the inside linebacker that they've given significant money to? Who is the inside linebacker that they have drafted really, really high since they've been there? It's kind of a position I think that they devalue, along with a lot of NFL organizations devalue, William, on that. Thank you, William, for another $2 donation. He says, question answered, Brando. I'm hyped. Oh, good. I caught it ahead of time. There we go. Let's go. Well, thank you, William. Appreciate the double donation. Sorry I was a little late on acknowledging it, but thank you for it. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. He says, hey, bruh, give me the good and the bad on the trade. I'm sure it's been the talk of the stream, but I'm late to the party. Lots of Hawk news today. Boy, they're keeping me busy. These Seahawks are keeping me running. Well, thanks for the donation. Okay, good. Doesn't cost you any increased money. You are very likely improving this position, and you're getting better at what you're taking him out. And it's a 2-for-1 here, Randall. Dodson's been playing the mic pretty much exclusively. Baker at the will. This probably moves Dodson to where he's more stronger at the will, and now Ernest Jones comes in at the mic. So you get a 2-for-1 improvement of position potentially for a position that's not been, either position been particularly strong for you this year. He gets a better blitzing inside linebacker that can better make his scheme work than what you had with Baker or with Dodson doing those duties either. And then there's the negative goes back to a positive on this, Randall, because there's really not a lot of negatives. The negative would be you're giving up a 4th-round pick in this year's draft, which is not necessarily nothing. But then he is a free agent after the year, Randall, and you don't have any free agent money to spend. You're not going to go spend any money in free agency. So there will be no offshoot for the compensatory picks, meaning it's all going to be lost. And if it's all lost, that means you're going to maximize your compensatory picks that you'll get back. So very likely you give up a 4 here, but you get back bare minimum a 5 for him if he goes out and signs, or when he goes out in free agency and signs somewhere else, even if it's not on a big market setting type deal. So even though you give up some draft capital here, it's cumulatively really not that substantial. But that would be the only real major negative here because it is a short-term deal. He's going to make about a couple $100,000 more than Baker did over the course of the remaining part of this year. It's really all good, low upside, low risk, high reward. You could apply all that stuff to this one. I know I sometimes use that a bit, but these are those kind of deals. It's like we talked about with the Connor Williams one, which is starting to round into shape. It's much of the same kind of way where you're not putting a lot of investment for the upside you could be getting back on this one. And when he was in that Ram scheme running with Donald and blitzing and being able to be in attack mode, he's a hell of a player. And I don't think he's able to play in that same kind of role in that Titans defense that I don't know if they know what their identity is, really. But thank you, Randall. Appreciate the $5 donation. Ski Nation, thank you for the $2 donation. Terrell's best teabag in NFL history. I mean, it's one thing if you're just going to drop right on a guy's face, right? But he does the drop move on the guy's face and kind of does it like what was that playground deal that you got that's like the tilty thing that goes back and forth? He did that move to him. I mean, that's a little bit of extra on it, you know? That's hey, look, teabag with no hands. Most of the time, guys, when they teabag, you're balancing yourself. You're trying to do it like the Halo days where he did the full-on flop. Like, he came off the top rope with that sack. Top rope, all sack, no hands. I got to appreciate that. That's the level of commitment because those guys aren't wearing cups no more. So you're committed to the teabag when you're going that deep. That's what I'm trying to say. You're all in on the teabag, going that hard with it. But thank you, Ski Nation. I appreciate the donation. Female More Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. Do you think the Rams could beat the Vikings? I don't. I don't really. My feeling on it, and again, Jake wasn't buying much of what I was selling on this to him yesterday on this. I think when you're already starting to, there's the old saying that they apply this to players, if you're already thinking about it, then you're done. If you're already thinking about retirement, you probably should just retire. Those kind of thoughts don't kind of cross your mind. If you really think you're a contender, you shouldn't be playing footsie with these other NFL organizations and potentially trading some of your most important players. Hey, Minnesota, Hey, what's up, Les Schneed of the Rams? How you doing? I'm doing great. Hey, you guys love Darnold there long term? No. I mean, we like him this year a lot. We like him a lot. But, you know, obviously McCarthy's long term our guy, and he'll be back next year. You know, why do you ask? Well, I mean, he's doing good for you guys. He's functional. We've always kind of liked him. Sean's got a thing for him. I don't know. It's Sean's thing. I'm like, whatever, Sean. But maybe you like Stafford. Would you like, you know, he'd help you out a lot better than probably Darnold would this year, right? Well, yeah. Well, yeah, Les, but Stafford's your guy. Aren't you guys trying to give it a go this year? I mean, do you think Darnold's better? No, we don't think Darnold's better. We just like him in the long term. So this is a move about you not being competitive then in the short term. Well, it's not, we're not doing it right now. We're not right now doing this. I'm just saying that, like, maybe in a week or two, do you want to do this? You know, do you see what I'm saying on this? Where you're already kind of going, this is kind of inevitably where we're going to head. Maybe it does reverse, and maybe it's just a wake up call, and maybe they rattle the cage of the players and they come out and they play like they're on fire with it. But feed me, that already to me is like something that sends a sign down to the players of maybe we're kind of in sell mode this year. And especially when you piggyback it on a trade like Ernest Jones in training camp, a guy that had gone out there on the field for you, seemingly earned that next contract for you, been a good warrior for you, and you moved him in a year where you thought you were really going to compete. Maybe kind of even signaling in that moment the Rams were knowing, hey, we can be good this year. We can push a little bit this year. We can make some noise, but we are not ready to contend, especially losing Darnold, which makes a whole hell of a lot more sense than thinking, oh, we won't miss a beat. Well, just like it hurt for a day and then we just walk it off. No, you don't just walk it off. It's the most dominant defensive presence in this sport over the last 10 years, every single season. You don't just walk it off. Your whole defense was built around the guy. You don't just walk it off. Sloby1, thank you for the $2 donation. As long as Ernest can read the right gap, I'm happy. Ah, it's a Sloby1. I think you bring up a good time to show a couple of these clips. Why not? Why not? Let's roll with a few of these, shall we? So Ernest is going to be your man, your inside linebacker there to the left of the two inside linebackers here for the Titans. You can see him here. Where does he go? Right to the ball carrier. Watch the instincts. Watch the steps. The steps are all going to the right place. Gets around the block. So shed the block, instincts, first snap I show you. Ernest Jones, Mike linebacker, center of your screen. Reads the play. Scrape, pursue, tackle. When he gets to ball carrier goes down. Every time. See how I play like this? Jerome Baker gets drawn out wide, so it's an outside zone run. So a play like this, you're going to have Baker get drawn way out here. Instead with him, you've got him sightline right there, and he's mirroring this running back. He's mirroring the running back's movements. This is a key difference in what you get. This is to Sloby1, your point on the instincts and tracking and being in the right gap versus what you got from Jerome Baker, who just was not good on this part of his game. Some of it's just that tenacious spirit that he kind of brings. Here we go again. Middle of your screen here. Right to ball carrier. So we pull this little, I'll run it a couple times. Just watch a couple times. I'll replay it here over and over. Comes up, makes the tackle on A-chain. So two things going good at once here. This is, I think, the draw for McDonald and Schneider when they're watching it is, where's those instincts? Just watch, see where his move is, right? Snap. Is that, Oh, he's not fast. Oh, he can't move. Well, if instinctually he gets to the spot quicker than anybody else, what does it matter? As long as he's arriving there before anybody else. Because here you have a pulling left guard, pulling left guard here. That pulling guard's supposed to take out the middle linebacker. Bump, 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 bump. But gets wide, right? And look again, mirroring the running back's movement while getting around the block. So the block's there, tracking. He's locked in the ball carrier. He's not even worried about the block right here. Gets around the blocker, tackles him. But quick enough to get to that spot where that blocker can get him. And that's the whole intention of this play. Play from the start again is that left guard getting to that middle linebacker. But his anticipation, knowing where the play is going to go, not getting confused, that's something that stands out about him. Something that McDonald spoke about with Tyrese Knight, of course, too, and watching his tape was that he's going in the right direction more often than not. He's going where you want him to go. Inside linebacker here, center your screen. Comes right up, fills the hole, tackle, couple yard gain. Look at here how Jalen Wright here comes to a complete stop. There's no forward movement. There's no falling forward. He comes to a complete stop. That's called stopping power. That's what they call that. And that's something that definitely Ernest Jones brings to the table. Against the Packers here. So I know it's kind of hard to see. It's a little smoky here. I don't know why it's so damn smoky on their field. Unless they like shot a cannon or something. I think that this is your guy right here on this one. So Slobey one. You know, he starts way over here. The hole's going back into kind of the B gap here to the left side. A gap, I guess. We'll go A gap. But he's on it the whole way. Instinctually, he's there the whole way. And like I showed a second ago on this, going back and watching this, there is again supposed to be a guy that's supposed to scrape down to him and get on him. So 74, your left guard again. First, a little bit of a combo block. Combo block becomes unnecessary because Devondre Sweat or Jeffrey Simmons, I can't tell. They're both big boys. He's out he just moves himself out of the way, being able to be blocked there. But now the scrape from 74 is coming down to 53. He loses 53. Look out. It just effortlessly gets off this block. Just get away from me. And then goes and makes the tackle. Boop. Boop. All the while tracking the ball carrier and going to the right lane, going to the right place. So Slobey one, this is what he does bring. This is what stood out on tape, both his time with the Rams and stands out in his tape even now. So he's going to bring that to the table and be a good blitzer. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I slid into Schneider's DM, told him to get a linebacker or else we riot. He owed me one since he didn't re-sign Locke. My man heard you, Sanchez. My man heard you. And I'm glad he did. I'm very glad he did. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. Remember when the Paso right RF said 10 min... The Paso RF said 10-win minimum season. Oh, I think about the Rams you're saying, right? Are you talking about Jake saying that? I remember. They might be in sell mode quick on this sucker, I'll tell you that. More than that. I don't know. It might have cut your phrase off there. I got Paso RF, so I'm not sure what that means. Sorry, Sanchez. David Jefferson, a lot of backloaded contracts in the Niner team. How long until they get into the cap hell the Rams are in now? Next year is the year of you're not getting around the problems at hand. For instance, David, Jadarius Ward's going to be a free agent after this year, and I think that they have $13 million of void year money on that deal. And all of their it's been the worst kind of stuff that they've done on this, and it's not been talked about a lot. And because they're in their Super Bowl window and they're They're pushing to make that happen. And so it's like all is forgiven if that's the mode you're in. And I'm okay with it too. I'm not knocking the Niners for doing it because you have elongated out a Super Bowl window that typically would have been a much shorter, not much shorter, but would have been shorter than it's been. But the bill's coming due. And the void years that have stacked up, the redoing contracts with guys that already have multiple years left on their deal, something I pushed back against in the chat when people brought up to me on certain guys like a Geno or DK, who I wanted, both guys I think are part of the long term, but I said, you wait till the final year of the deal. You don't do it with 2 years left. You can't do it with 2 years left. It's bad spots. There's 2 years left of bonus money, and you're putting new bonus money on top of it. And that sandwich stack gets too deep and too long, and suddenly now you've got nowhere to bury any money. There's no base to convert to bonus. It's already bonus. And the Niners are going into this next year. Some of it's going to hinge upon them re-signing Brock Purdy or not, a little bit. They're in peril kind of regardless of Purdy, but that will be where some of this is going to hinge on. But I think no matter what this offseason, you're not bringing back Jadarius Ward. You're not bringing back the other corner. They've got Demondre Lamore. He's going to be gone. Dre Greenlaw is going to be gone after this year. They can't get out of the Hargrave contract. They're stuck on that one. So you're going to probably see Leonard Floyd gone after this season. There'll be Brandon Ayuk will probably be cut after this year. Good chance that George Kittle might have to be in on this as well. They may find a way to renegotiate with him and make it happen. But all of those guys are right there. Say nothing of, let's just say Trent Williams next year. I don't know, maybe does like Donald did and suddenly retires after just signing a contract extension. Ow! Ow! The Rams next year are going to be paying $30+ million to Aaron Donald on their cap. Not this year. Not today. Not today. Next year. So, David, they're in that position. It's not good shape. They're going to have to make some tough decisions. This is the last year, truly, of their Super Bowl window, unless magically their young players can develop like crazy. Thank you for feeding me for the other $2 donation. He says, the Behind Enemy Lines guy. Remember the Paso, right? The Paso. 10-win minimum season. You'll have to remind me which one, because I've done a couple of those. Feed me, and you don't have to donate. I'll look for you in the chat. But the Paso RF is throwing me off, bro. I can't make sense of what you were trying to write on that part. That's the part that's maybe throwing me off. I'm like, Paso RF. Paso RF. Trying to get deep with it. I'm also a little brain dead here today, so bear with me to feed me. I'm probably a little bit. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I still can't find a reason why the Saints are re-signing Kamara. I can tell you, and I know it's not a extravagantly original answer, but it's the truth of the situation. The Saints have for many years now had a general manager who's no doubt talking his ownership into the fact that this team can compete on a yearly basis. Hey, no. It's wide open, man. It's wide open, this division. It's anybody's division. We just got to be willing to put enough assets onto the table. We just got to make sure we're not coming up short on that. Yeah, I know I'm 70 million over the cap every year and we got to do acrobatics to get underneath it, but we got flexibility and we find a way and we're still there to compete. Cameron Jordan's still here. We got guys, man. We got Kamara. We got guys. And then you start out this year from the Saints' perspective, Jordan, and you win a little bit. You're not dominant, but you win a little bit. Carr looks, dare I say, somewhat reborn until he got injured because your offensive line can't pass protect worth nothing, which in itself should be an indicator to them, Jordan, but it's not. But you have a general manager who for years has been laying down this same promise to the New Orleans ownership. And he's probably getting to near the end of the line. His excuses and reasoning for never turning this over, for finally admitting failure, are finally catching up to him. The problem is, Saints are kind of winning this year. They're in a position to make the playoffs. They're in a position to still take this division. Division is still wide open. Alvin Kamara is playing very good for you. Alvin Kamara doesn't want to get stuck on a crap team for the future. Maybe Alvin Kamara is making some noise in the background about being moved at the trade deadline to a team that can compete. And maybe Mickey Loomis is able to pivot this to ownership and say, he's going to push for a trade. We're going to have to give him up in a trade. We're going to get nothing back but like a late third rounder. Or we can just give him a extension. I always say that the worst thing an NFL organization can do, Jordan, is not to make a mistake, but to make the same mistake over and over again and never course correct. And be it the Cowboys or a Saints team, these bad NFL organizations that have been bad kind of for a while, even if they've had some success, but overall are just kind of not ever at a point of getting to contention. You can see why, because of this decision informs that decision, that informs that decision. And it's not about having a vision at that point. It's about sort of the fallout from one decision to the next, when at the head of the line, the thing that needed to be called upon, the thing that you're lamenting, the thing that was lamented by the guy that I did the behind it, Z-Bot, that was lamenting about on our stream today on the Behind Enemy Lines, is that you don't just bite the bullet and turn this over with it. It's a concept I've got to give Jesse credit for with Last Second Sports, as I give him a hard time a little bit with this as well, in being willing right now to maybe pivot to being in rebuild mode. It maybe is a little early to be talking like that and thinking like that, but also at the same point in time, how many NFL organizations get caught up in that in-between state of things where they never do it because they keep just stretching things out, thinking that no, this year, no, this year, no, this year. And the Saints are, of course, a shining example of that. So they just keep, it's sunk cost fallacy too, Jordan. We've already put this much into it. If we were to bail off of it, that means all that stuff we put into it was worth nothing. It was all a fail. Yeah, well, that's the way it goes in the NFL sometimes. No, we don't want to do that. We don't want to admit failure. So let's keep dumping more into it. It'll eventually become successful with all the stuff we're putting into it. It doesn't mean it makes sense, Jordan, but it is a rationale, I guess. Thank you for the donation. Sages, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, convinced the Niners are just the modern Bills of the 90s, but with an injury bug. Always was at the dance, but couldn't tango. It's good point, man. I mean, we haven't had a team like a Bills or the Vikings in the 70s that were this way, Sages, right? It's a we call it an archetype. We call it a decade archetype, Sages. That's what we got to call it. So you got your 70s, the Purple People Eater defense. Viking team, I think, went to 4 straight Super Bowls. Tarkenton didn't get any of them. Bills in the early 90s, 4 straight Super Bowls. Didn't get any of them. We haven't had as much of a run of recent teams in this mode that have lost multiple over. But hard not to put the Niners in that place, Sages, now that I think about it. You can maybe do a little bit of I guess you'd go Eagles in the 2000s, right? Because Andy Reid in the 2000s, they did like 4 straight conference championships, which that's your equivalency. And that's as close as they got with 1 Super Bowl appearance that they lost. I guess in the Niners would have to be we had nobody in the teens really. So the Niners would have to be they would technically have to be your team of the 2020s. And we're just into the 2020s. Or at least the last 10 years. I like that, Sages. I'm going to steal that one, I think. I'm going to steal that one. Save that one up for the round table. It's definitely at the end of their road, man. And that Brandon Ayuk injury is one that just, you can kind of look above everything and go, well, okay, Hargrave's gone. McCaffrey will be back at some point. And we get everybody back, but then you go, oh, Debo looks a little bit more shellish of his once former self. Ayuk's got the season-ending injury. McCaffrey may not come back. Hargrave's out. You start to go, boy, Trent Williams hasn't looked at his best. We'll see. They're dangerous still, though. Catalyst, you're right. I think Trey Brown's going to hit free agency for sure. For sure. Deviant says, I yelled at my wife in the stands, who the F is Joe? But the moment I knew we were truly depleted in the back end. Hey, I usually am up on all this stuff, Deviant, and I was in the same place where I'm like, huh? We just signing random guys? I'll do this if we need that. I'm in on that if we need some help. Kid balled out. The Sea Yeti, while I love Abraham Lucas being back potentially, kind of hurt that Michael Jarrell isn't going to get more snaps after the performance he had. Definitely encouraging performance from Sea Yeti, and that is a little bit of a, you maybe just swayed a bit. I like having the problem of that, though, considering that we've been at the other end of this scale of things where we are depleted down to the point that we're running also rans out there or 45-year-old guys like Jason Peters and saying you got to start. So I'd much rather be in this mode of it, especially because you'll think you'd at least believe at that point you're going to truly get the best guy out there playing, and it's also encouraging for long term here, in that this is a guy that's in the mix. Maybe even if Lucas can be here long term, maybe this is a guy in the mix and moving into more of a left guard kind of role if they have to look at that. So yeah, he definitely gave you a lot of good from the last game, but I do think too, see, Eddie, that there's a big difference in play of what you will get from Lucas, where if he's at full health, which I'm going to count on until I hear differently, with the way they've waited on this one, then what he brings. Greg Kemp, these are some good plays showing the instincts from Job. It stands out, man, and that's kind of stuff you kind of have or you don't have at times on the field. We've seen a lot of tentativeness from secondary players in prior years in zone. I think it just has a tendency to do that, especially if you're being heavily instructed to be dropping to depth and to protecting against the deep ball more often than not. Eric Michelet, how you doing? It's good to see you in the house. Jeffrey Thistle, hey. Josh Sass says, Job was a guy that they kept telling us was going to do big things with the Eagles, according to Josh. Josh being our Eagle fan in the house. Then every time he played, he was getting burnt. Could just be our awful coordinators. I don't know. Laughing out loud. Sometimes you never know when the light bulb will come on there, Josh. And, the thing I will say with this kind of coverages that are being run now, and what you're asking these guys to do pre to post snap and hiding stuff and disguising the, intentions, is it does add a little bit of an extra layer to the cornerbacking process, and not just aligning up and staying tight in coverage. You have this extra thing of, are you hiding what you're doing? Are you showing this so you can drop into that? And it probably maybe adds a little bit extra to sort of master it exactly. I figured, Josh, I remember you, man. I was doing the math on it. I appreciate your perspective on it. We didn't have any expectations for him coming in. We were all just kind of shocked by it, but boy, my goodness, he played good. Brian East is like another coach said, forget about the technique. Just get up and block somebody. That's right, man. Sometimes just get the job done. See, Eddie says, if you watch the highlights posted by the NFL official count and key in on Jarrell on every snap, you see the mud hooks come out. He wasn't perfect, but there's some potential there. I agree. I like his feet. I like his base. I think he's got some natural power in there. He's got his leverage is really nice as well. Hand placement, pretty good for the most part. I was encouraged by what I saw for a guy in his very first start that as well, you had to figure he's working through so many nerves at that point. How could he not be? AI, remember what I said about Jarrell, Brandon? Elite feet. There you go, stealing the words right out of my mouth. His combine scores were 95th percentile. That's why he got drafted. Amen. This guy has an ability. He's not your atypical 7th round guy that might be just a dumpster standing still. This is a guy with mobility and who's got an athletic profile that's actually nice. It's that area of the draft he was taken for why really he was drafted so late, not because he's missing ability or some upside to him. He's a little small in the Gossett. He's not maybe the biggest, but he's got for right tackle in modern age, especially a mobile-based offensive scheme like we run. He's fine. Sidelines. Catalyst, should we trade Stone Forsythe for a 6th-round pick? It probably doesn't even have enough value to provide a 7th-round pick. Yeah, you're not getting anything for Stone. Unfortunately. He's also going on to IR right now, Catalyst. So, unfortunately as well, in addition to that, he is not going to pass a physical if you were to try to trade him. But to your point, I don't see him I don't see him fetching you anything, even if it was healthy. Karen says Gerald did just fine when it mattered. He held up. I'm sure we were negative grade snaps, but I didn't notice anything egregious, which is all I can hope for a D2 player's first start. Amen. Well said. And yep, nothing really egregious, that's for sure. Hand grenades says, once we get Abe back, will we have an actual decent offensive line? Yeah. I mean, you're going to see a unit that's going to, we talk about them crawling up into more of a middle of the range place of things in the NFL. And that's what you're going to be able to accomplish, is taking a group that's at the back end, worst of the worst in a lot of different ways, and drawing them up into more of that middle of the road stage of things. I think if you got 3/5 of your offensive line rolling like that, where Connor's heading and where I think Lucas is at, and where Cross has developed into, you know, you're going to be able to get a lot more done at that point. It's going to make the offense a lot more efficient, a lot more effective. Say nothing if one of these guard positions can also stabilize a little bit, which at least happened last week a little bit with Lakin. We'll see how the other guard position rounds out, but Dune Moose says once Abe comes back, we need to look at replacing Tomlinson. It's where there's no real easy answers in there. I mean, does the team try like a Jason Peters, for instance, and see if he could be better in that spot? But there's nothing standing out that's like a straightforward answer on that one to me for what you can do there with Lincoln there. Certainly possible at Christian Haynes, but Lincoln played pretty good last game. They may just roll with him too. Hard to say. Josh is funny as hell, laughing out loud. AJ Terrell was a defeated man at that point. Yeah, it's DK can do that. And it's like you're giving up 40 pounds to the guy. It's like, what are corners supposed to do? You know, they're not built like that. But I might be the same way. You watched him early in the game and he was smacking the hell out of him. And you're like, yeah, that might take a man's spirit. He gets a couple of those snaps and knows he can't do nothing about it. And like he comes back and, you know, you hit him or he hits you and you go like this, you know. And then you go back and you push him and he's like, that all you got? Greg Kemp says DK's one-hand block was hilarious live, and the NFL even posted a short highlighting the block. Yeah, it's just pretty hilarious. Randy says, yes, teabag him after you get him on the ground. Catalyst says, no way Jarrell's getting laid out like that against Jarrell. Jarrett is getting laid out like that against Jarrell. Hell of a rep there from him. And yeah, the effort does stand out, Dizzy. I agree. Post Eminence, wonder who is worse for us, Jermaine Ifedi or Stone Forsythe? Golly, that's a tough one. That's a toughie. I don't know. That's the reverse of Sophie's choice. Probably go Stone if I had to pick. I hated Jermaine, especially with his pre-snap penalties. AI says, that's awesome, Teabagger. You need to make a YouTube short with that. He'll end up seeing it. I'll try to put something together with it. It's a hell of a rep. Yeah, how can I not? Abdi says, trading for a bulldozer-type guard could make the Hawks a top 10 O-line once Lucas comes back. Yeah, it's absolutely, if you were able to add that, and if there's a trade out there to be made, I'd certainly would jump on it because it's one that you could look at being made not only for the moment, but something that would work well for you long term in the hard to find point of a position. Like, you know, it's not going to be an easier this offseason or any other trades necessarily. So if John can strike on that front, it'd be great, Abdi. The problem does become a little bit that this just becomes a position that teams aren't willing to usually offload, even if teams are in a bit of a fire sale mode. Yeah, there's no way for Stone Forsythe to... Greg says the play was beautiful because DK used tempo and head fake to get open on the cornerback, then boom, crossed his face on the post and took the hit like it was nothing. Yeah, really good, nice little route running spot. It's one of the places I've said with DK where people get concentrated a little bit on the high pointing of the ball and lack of that stuff, but the route running has really come forward throughout the course of his career and gotten bit by bit better, better, and better and better. Josh, Seahawks nail biter, classic heart attack Hawks game. I could see it that way this week, that's for sure. I could absolutely see it be like that. Deuce Moon, you're a great film guy, Brando. Thank you, Deuce Moon. Appreciate that. I love grinding on the tape too, man. It's always fun watching, especially the All-22, is that you just get stuff you can see that you can never see quite on the broadcast. It's a must watch. Brian Myers B, after watching your awesome show with Z-Bot today, I went out and bought tickets for Sunday. Go Hawks! Well, thank you for that, Brian. If you guys didn't check out, we did the Behind Enemy Lines with Z-Bot, my guy over there on the Bills Fanatic channel over there on YouTube. We went 3 hours, man. I had such a great time chopping up with him, talking all things football. And I love doing those kind of shows too, man. They're always so much fun. Just a ball. But thank you, man. That's going to be a great game, Brian. It's going to be a real fun game, I think. I don't know if we can pull it out, but I think it's going to be an exciting one. And I can see easily I could kind of go back and forth a bit. Kieran says, Puka Nuka. Guys, Brandon and Brendan, we can get this name right. It's phonetic. Nakua. Nakua. There we go. I'll eventually get it, Kieran. The Polynesian names get me a little bit, but I'm working through them. Yeti, if we beat the Bills, how do we feel about the possibility of Max Crosby trade? 10% chance. I've given this a little bit more thought as a possibility, and I just kind of come back around to there's just really no way for it to happen, in my opinion. Not because we wouldn't give up the draft capital, not because we wouldn't be willing to pay the base salary that he would cost, but I think that the team feels very good about their edge situation as we move into the future, and I just can't think that the Raiders wouldn't want to start with one of Boye Mafe it would be Mafe or Derek Hall. And I don't know if I really like the thought process of going, I love Crosby, but giving up a Hall, giving up a pick, bringing him in, more money paid. I don't know. I think that it just doesn't quite align up for us with where we're at, and partly because we're in a good situation with our edges right now. Right on the cut says that was the real Purdy. I could see it. Look, you're starting to remove some of that supporting cast. More and more starts to go away. No CMC, no Brandon Ayuk. How do you look? Maybe not quite the same. Dizzy, hopefully Draymond Jones can keep building on what he did last week too, man. He did eat last week. Boy, he had a hell of a third quarter onward. Dizzy says he's the only franchise blue chip player, being Crosby. They'd absolutely have to fleece someone before they're trading him. I think there's a bit of that. They're going to want to make sure they get the value back in return, to your point, Dizzy. I think there's also the part of this, though, that is how much if the player starts to draw and say, you guys need to move me, you can't win. We're not winning here. Give me a chance to go to a winner. And maybe the Raiders will be like, kick rocks, we don't care. But we see sometimes the teams will also accommodate that stuff if they start to feel a player is twisting in a direction of not being as bought in because they don't trust that you're going to try to win, But that's hard to say, They probably would get a lot. Yeti, I'm excited about seeing Ernest Jones in this defense. I really think this is a big move long-term, seeing as how he's only 24. They're looking to pay a long-term linebacker between him and Dodson. Definitely possible, Yeti. It's part of the great part of this move is that you're not having to do anything going past this year. You're getting a sort of a long tryout with him to earn that kind of dough. And you sort of got a lot of different directions you can go with it. There's certainly, to your point, a big opening long-term here to find an inside linebacker here on this team. And hopefully it'd be great. It'd be awesome if he can fill that, and you can check that as one less box that you have to really be looking at as hard in the draft come next year. And do make sure we've got a lot of people, like over 300 people today in the chat. So if possible, please do make sure that you address, if you can, Brandon HawksNest, HNB, Brando, just something to let me know at times in the chat that you're directly referencing to what you want me to read or a question you may have, because we'll have a lot of people with inner discussions here, which will get harder to get through necessarily in the chat to pick out always. Oh, Paso Rams fan. Sorry, feed me. Okay. Yeah, Paso. Sorry. Yeah, I spaced out on that. Yeah, he definitely had them in a lot better spot. So gonna be having him on soon. It'll be interesting to see where his perspective is versus maybe Jake on that one as two different Rams fans with that. Kieran, probably gonna go. Oh, sorry, you're responding. Rams fan. Sorry, man. I'm a little slow today. That's my bad. Feed me. No, smart man. Warchief says the Saints didn't even rebuild their community after the floods. You just made me go to hell for laughing at that. Not cool, dude. Oh my God. Jeez. John says, I keep seeing these clickbait articles about Russ getting Cooper Kupp in a trade. Lab Mouse, they must know him well. Precise on-schedule route runners, definitely not his forte. Yeah, I don't see any way the Kupp would go to the Steelers. Not at all. I mean, their ideal is going to be to throw the ball 25 to 30 times a game with Russ. I've been saying since the offseason, there's nothing wrong with that. They can win that way, especially with that defense. But there's less of an onus or need to have a ton of receivers than with that. You know, run the ball, let Russ do his thing to his degree that he can on that kind of attempts and see where it lines. I think it can work, especially a dangerous brand of football to be played in the winter and the playoffs. Tim says the Saints are allergic to rebuilds. They really are. So stupid. So silly. Teaser says Cowboys should tank at Giante and more help on the O-line. To your point, Teaser, last one of the few teams we've seen take a running back high in recent years was the Cowboys taking Ezekiel Elliott. I don't think that they look at that as anything but a successful move for them in retrospect. And Giante really going to be an interesting case study this year. Where he goes in the draft, and he's certainly fully earning the right to be looked at as a guy that should be looked at as one of those rare, maybe potential guys that goes in the top 10. Though I will say he is more in that 5'9-ish, 5'8.5", 5'9" territory, which might affect things here a little bit. But Cowboys would be that team. If there was a team willing to do it, they would be willing to do it. Brian says Jerry will sell his soul to get Giante. He's a game-changing run back, all right? Thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning. I got my Ezekiel Elliott here. Short yardage. That's my hammer. That's my hammer. And I come in here now with my lightning. With my Boys Estate lightning. You know Boys Estate's really the Texas of the North. You know that, right? Misfit, who is Ezra Cleveland this trade deadline? I've looked around. I haven't seen a lot of offensive linemen that stand out to me that will be available by those teams that are sell mode. Maybe a team like the Browns with the interior linemen might be willing to offer you something, but not much is out there. Brian Kennicott, so happy Jones is in, and I already forgot his name is out. Paulie says, I think the fact that they like Drake in coverage packages made them more comfortable with this. I like it. We needed a nasty, good tackle in the box. Me too, Paulie, and great points. And that Drake Thomas is definitely gives you that sort of sub-package player in coverage that you feel comfortable with. Why can't you do it that way? Football's becoming specialized all over the place offensively. Why can't it be a little bit more like that defensively? And you do need more guys that are sure tacklers. And this guy brings that to the table beyond any skill set he brings. He's a hammer. You know, he's got the stopping power. He's going to bring the guy to the ground. And we need more of that. Less of it takes 5 guys to bring one guy to the ground, play in and play out. A little bit less of that. New Blacks Vikings did that for 2 years with KOC's. First 2 with Kirk. Funny enough, this was supposed to be the Vikings' first actual rebuilding year with $80 million in cap next year. It's true. It's true. They did get to turn over, and you know they're rewarded for that. New Blacks, you know, would have been the decision you see so many teams make on this to be, you know, we can't let Kirk go. We can't just lose Kirk for nothing. He's older. He's coming off the injury. Do you really want to spend that money? Is your team in the right place to be taking advantage of a guy like that at this time of point in his career? No, not really. All right, well, let him walk. Let's rebuild this. Let's return this over. You know, you got to make the decision as a team. It doesn't just land in your lap. In fact, everything's going to pull you as an organization, as a team, as a general manager who can be fired any year, given year, no matter how comfortable you think you are in your job. So it takes cojones and balls to do it. But you've got to make the tangible decision to actually hit the rebuild button. And there are these teams, be it the Cowboys or Saints, that just, you got probably everybody in that organization trying to probably force those owners in there and put their hand on the button, like they have the handprint that has to match up for you to get into rebuild mode, you know, and Jerry's like, no, this is a year. I don't know if I'm going to live the next year. I don't know if I'm going to survive for long enough for a rebuild. No, we got to do it, Jerry. I don't want to do it. No, don't make me rebuild. No. That's how I pictured in my mind in Cowboys facilities. It's like that. I think of it like that every day. Them just trying to keep Jerry from hurting himself. Lou says EJ should solidify the defense. We're solid in the secondary and great up front. I think EJ unlocks the Mike Mack defense. He's a guy that that's that 2 position, and one thing that he might allow you to do here, where you take Dodson from being in a place where he can be functional to a place in the will linebacker role where maybe he can more excel. And in a guy in Ernest, you're getting also a better improved point in that position at the Mike then because of that. 2-4-1. And he looks like a good player, man. I can't help but think from what I saw from Baker, who set a pretty low bar, that it can get lower. And if he can just bring those elements to play, the 1-2 elements, be a better tackler, bring those instincts you bring with that, and then give us some of that pass rush that you're able to bring to the table as well as a blitzer. And he's going to be far and away above what we were getting out of Jerome Baker. Hoist hand grenade. B, is it possible to get a first round comp pick? Third round pick is and of course with the third round comp pick, holy stand grenade, it's really a 4th round pick, but third round pick is as high as you can get as a compensatory pick. So it's a late back end 3rd round pick. That's the highest they go. Yeah, Bryce Young going to start again this week, I guess. Hopefully he's okay. I heard he was in a car crash. Dalton. The NFL players getting a lot of car crashes. I guess they got to drive around a lot, but for being such precision athletes on the field, you know. Hopefully he's okay. I shouldn't joke. Paulie says Lumea also an option to replace Lakin. I think they kept him off the practice squad for a reason. Possibly with that. Yeah. Kind of anything's on play on that. It's hard for me to predict one way or the other. Po' Boy says Stone easily over Effetti. You're with me on that? Yeah, Effetti he bothered me, you know. I feel like he was insulting me playing on the field. He was insulting my eyeballs. Slobby says, Effer always had a false start on third down. He did, man. And the worst moment of it was they had Sherman mic'd up coming back against us as a Niner. And they had him mic'd up and Effetti jumped off sides in some key moment. And Sherman said, same old Effetti. Same old Effetti. Like, ugh. Ox, Brandon, I'm late to the chat. Do you have any thoughts on Connor Williams? I think I heard he had his best PFF grade of the season. Connor Williams has been slowly, and the really key part of this point is to look at it from the angle of he has slowly, ever bit by bit, been improving week by week here. And that's a really important part of this with him coming with the two aspects that I think are pretty rational and logical to believe as to why that's happening. One being that he got late into camp where he didn't get any time in camp to play at all or get himself prepared to play at all. He was basically thrown in last minute. You're going to start day one. Here you go on a new team. And so you have both aspects to me of this being both. You've got, I'm coming back from that injury and I'm not been training all off season and getting my body 100%. And then you also have the new team and the chemistry that you need to get with the other guys around you. And those things I think held him back a little bit early on here, but every week he's gotten, at least to my eyes, he's gotten better by my eyes, less of those bad moments, but also just increasingly better bit by bit with his scores with PFF. To show you a little bit of this, if I may. If I can find the darn thing. There we go. So you can see here, we've got Connor Williams at 17th right now as your 17th highest rated center in the National Football League by PFF, which isn't going to get a lot of people excited. I get that. But keep in mind, the last couple of years, when I can go to this, I'll do it right now. Let's take a look and see. They won't let you. They don't let you look by year on this. But take my word for it. If you go back to 2023 on this, you're 32 through 35. Go back to 2022, you're 30 through 35 from the center position. So getting him even at a spot of 17, league average, is huge. That's a big boon from where we've been at the position. It's about taking it up from league worst territory across the board in so many ways. But the fact that he's gotten better and better and better and better, he's a pure fit for this scheme. I'd expect him to continue to get better and better. Remember with this, he is also playing for a contract right now. So he's trying to make it happen. That's right, Catalyst. Take your time with Abe. No rush in it. Nick says, I heard Draymond Jones was dealing with some type of personal things outside of the football field. I heard that as well. Your heart goes out to the guy. Hopefully he's okay. Yamo, hey B, I'm thinking we let Dodson walk and draft Barrett Carter next season to pair with EJ. Certainly possible, Yamo. I think that you're not going to be able to pay everybody here within this offseason if these guys all ball out. And Dodson's a guy that has given you some good moments, but he's not necessarily jumped up to you and said, hey, I'm worthy of, making a, top 14 paid inside linebacker in the sport. You want to do that? I don't know. You know, I don't think we know yet at that point. So I think that if he really was giving you that sparkling play, that it would drive them to make a bit of a harder decision to maybe keep him at that point. But if he stays in kind of the middle of the road place where he's been, the team's very likely to do what you're talking about, Yamo. I think too, in general, the inside linebacker guys at the top of the draft this year are a little bit better than they've been in prior years. I don't know if we're going to have the depth of what we had last year, or we got a guy like Tyrese Knight in the 4th round that deep into the draft. But I do think that the guys at the top of the draft through the first like 3 rounds at the inside linebacker position, including, to your point, Barrett Carter, will be better options there. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, we're going all in this year, Jerry, after keeping McCarthy and not signing any players to fill needs. Yeah, he's a salesman, Jordan, you know, and a lot of what he does is getting that fan base and national people as well sort of sold on the fact that they're ready to roll in that way, and that they're that they're set up every year to make it happen. And you could see this off season, and I said I feel like they're not tearing it down. They're not completely out on this year. But there's an in particular feeling this year, and you always kind of get it from the Cowboys, where it's like, have they done everything they could, or they've kind of taken it right up to the line of bare minimum? This was a year where you felt like even through their offseason that they didn't even get to a bare minimum stage. You lost Pollard, and they were going with that whatever running back is their number one guy. You know, Brandon Cooks has gotten really old. He's going to be the guy that hopefully takes any kind of heat off of CeeDee Lamb. I don't think so. And defensively, you know, it made some sense going with where they went there with the DC, but they don't seem to be playing in the same kind of place they were before. So I do think that Jerry was lying through his teeth on that, Jordan. And I do think that there's a bit of an intention here to come back to a guy like Belichick after this year and be like, all right, we got you. We didn't sign any real new contracts last year. You're not going to be in a bad cap situation, aside from CD and Dak, of course, but they're counting on wanting to keep those guys. Belichick would want to keep those guys even if he came in the house and became their new head coach. But I still think that he's looking to go that direction, Jordan, and we'll see. But I do think, to your point on this, he wasn't trying to get it happening this year. That he knew damn well they didn't have enough, and he knows McCarthy's probably not good enough, and or he just has lost faith. Whether he thinks or not, just lost faith. But not good to have lame duck coaches in their final year, Jordan. That's also the rule of thumb to learn here from an organizational perspective, is that if you're at a spot with a coach and he's going in the final year and you're not sure if you really want to sign him to that next deal, well, give us another year of data, then you're done. You probably should just move on at that point if you're to that point. It rarely works out where you get a coach who's at the end of the line and the organization goes, one more year, and then they go out there and they bowl out that year and extend themselves out somehow. That really, really ever rarely happens. Good stuff, Jordan. Adrian X, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, go Hawks, brother. I'm excited for this move. You should be excited for this move, Adrian. You should be absolutely excited for this move. It's a tremendous one. This is a guy that's going to improve this team this year and the now. A 2-for-1 in how he might help the positions out in moving Dotson now to the Will instead of the Mike. But great blitzer, great fit for this defense. Coming from a defense with the Titans that are already using some of the same type of terminology we're using here. So the transition should be pretty seamless and very quick. Low cost, high reward. Hard to get mad at those kind of moves, Adrian X. Just like the Connor Williams. I'm pointing at Connor Williams. He's middle of the road, but that middle of the road is vastly, vastly superior to what you've gotten from the position in recent years. And it was a low cost, high reward kind of move. So this is already this year paid out, these kind of moves, paid off. And this one very well might as well. Yeah, Lou, no rushing Day back. I think they haven't rushed him back here, and especially even taken after the bye. I think they've targeted after the bye for a while with him. Quan Huang says trade Geno Smith for Russell Wilson. Last Second Sports, Brandon. If the Cowboys beat the 49ers, are you sticking a fork in our run? My opinion on this, Jesse, is this. And this is real talk. Because there's nothing I would like more in the world right now than to say, yep, you guys are done. You're spent. This is your final Super Bowl contending year. And I would be Fat Lady Singh's kind of position as a Niner organization this year because you've made your bed. You got to sleep in it. And if you were looking to do your pivot stuff, this was the really the bridge you could have crossed at the start of the year with Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk. Because there was absolutely a positive spot where you could have come back to Williams and said, hey, 2 years left on your contract. We just made you the highest paid left tackle not 2 years ago. How about no? And call your bluff. And you want to retire, retire. And then that money's off the books in a year. And Brandon Ayuk, we're going to move you for the first round pick or whatever you could have gotten back in return for that. And then you make that pivot. You didn't make the pivot on that. And so you're in on this year. And I'm in on this year in the respect of McCaffrey could come back. It's no guarantee. I also say without McCaffrey, it's not like Shanahan hasn't made a functional offense work without having a guy that's the best of the best at the running back position. And, we both like Mason, and hopefully, he gets healthier a little bit as we go along with that AC joint thing he's got going on. But this division is anybody can take it. And I know it didn't land with you the other night, Jesse, on me bringing this up, but these teams go through these years at certain places, at certain levels of strength, and then fall off in that strength or get hot at just the right time of year. And when you have a tested organization like the Niners in the playoffs, who can go into a playoff and they can be comfortable and know what is expected and know what they need to bring to the table to go win those games versus other teams like maybe even my Seahawks that'll go into this playoffs and they'll be like, this is a new experience. Young guys, bright-eyed, looking around going, oh, wow, the moment sort of catches them a little bit. And you guys have the advantage of that. So I still say this year's to the last inch if I'm the Niners. The NFC West is more easily won than ever before. The NFC is wide open by all measure. I'm not trusting the Vikings are going to be able to hold at this line of things. I still think the Green Bay is very dangerous. And the Lions without Hutchinson, again, like we talked about last night, if they can't get a trade deadline move, and even if they do, outside of it being a Garrett or a Crosby, that's going to hinder them. They lean on that guy like nobody's business to really make their pass rush work. It's no small loss, especially with their secondary being trash like it is. And so I know it's down right now, but most of these games you've been in control of this year, I know that you haven't had to deal with a tough opponent, but the Chiefs are an outlier. There is a tough opponent that you're going to run up against in the National Football League. So, no, I wouldn't be there. I wouldn't. I certainly think it starts to push you in the mode where you worry about it, but I think that we're still in the early part of the year, technically. We're just going to not even, cross basically the midway point of the season. And I think that if you guys get hot at the right time, you're going to be dangerous in the playoffs, whether you're on the road or whether you're playing at home. And I can understand that would get some people selling in the 49ers nation at that point, considering where this year's gone and how bad the Cowboys look. And I get the math being done there, Jesse, I do. But I also just feel like when you're this good and you've gotten yourself to this good of a stage, this ain't the Saints. This ain't you guys talking yourself into a contender and you're nowhere close to it. A bad break here, a bad break there. I mean, what if Mahomes dislocates his ankle in the conference championship or a wild card game and there's no Josh Allen get through and you end up playing a team like, a Baltimore Ravens team or something like that, where it's just a different team of that nature, just, take your pick kind of, so to speak, changes the complexity and the outlook of the game and how much your confidence would be going into it, whether you think your Niners could actually win, even if you thought it was a year where you weren't at your strongest. And there's been times in NFL history, Jesse, where teams have said, that year we won that Super Bowl was not actually when we were the best team that we had been through that years of run. That was just a year where some things broke right in our favor. We had other years where we weren't able to get a Super Bowl where we were actually a better team. I might make the argument we might have been a better team in 2012 than we were in 2014. I don't know if I make a hard argument of that, but to kind of put that in perspective a little bit. But no, I can't get there, man. I know you're on that edge of that cliff. I know you're tying the noose. I know you got it thrown up over the beam. You've tossed it over the beam. You haven't tied it down yet to the back wall, Jesse. I got that. But you're in the process of, and no, man, you got to go to the end of the season. And then at the end of the season, then get cutthroat, then get cold-blooded. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on You know, if you can make the trade of Brock at that point because you don't want to pay him, then don't pay him. And then start the pivot point, start the turnover. I like where your head's at on being willing to slide quick on stuff and not get yourself held up. But be sure you're right. Be sure you didn't bail out on it too early. Jesse says, I need every one of you to get here to subscribe and like this stream. Get Brandon out to the masses and get him to 20K ASAP. Well, thank you, Jesse. I appreciate that. Please do, folks, hit that like button, sub on up. I want to get over that 20K mark. I want to join the big boys like Jesse out there. He's sitting at like 27 or something now. Just rolling downhill fast as Jesse. Appreciate you, my guy. Jesse helped get me over there on that round table, folks. It's one of the good Niner fans, one of the good ones. One of the few. Tommy Doo-Doo, you think there's any legitimacy to the trade rumors surrounding Kupp and Stafford? I'd love to have those two out of our division. I wouldn't mind seeing them go either. They've wore our ass out. So, yeah, I'm sure Jesse would be happy to see that one go too. Yeah, I think there is something real to the rumors. I think that the Rams kind of signaled this a little bit with that Ernest Jones trade initially at the end of training camp. I think that they were still hopeful the season could go right, hopeful that this year could be a contending year, but I don't think that they had done as much for a Rams team in recent years that has casted away the first round picks right and left, that has blown up their cap for future years for the here and now to maximize that here and now. They gave you much more indications that this is sort of more of a wait and see type of season. And I just think that there is a little bit of them side-eyeing making those kind of moves and seeing if they can maximize back the return for guys that they think are kind of at the end of the road for them there with that team for different reasons. And it makes sense to me if that's their position, especially with the start of the year that they've had. And if they can get the kind of returns I think they can get back for both of those two players. They're probably going to wait a week or so. So this is where they're benefited Dami from the trade deadline being pushed back that couple of weeks to make really an educated decision here where they're not having to kind of gamble like they would if they were doing it now. But they lose this week. I certainly think Kupp is like 90% likely to be traded, and Stafford's probably like 70% likely to be traded, quite frankly. Tim says McCarthyism is never the right choice. He's very right. Oh man, I'm behind the chat big time, aren't I? My bad. War Chief B, I believe EJ is brought up in here to be the green dot. I think it frees up Dotson a lot and will help him out. Maybe even play edge in Nwosu's spot if needed. I don't know if I ever saw a lot of him in the Rams as an edge. I know I think he did some of that in college for sure, War Chief. And I think long term the green dot would go over to him. But initially it will stay with Dotson. That's what McDonald said today. But Mike is the guy that tends to be the dot guy long term. I think you're right. Ricardo says, I think Pumpkin predicted a tie for the Bills game. Maybe that's just me. She definitely wasn't certain on this pick this week. I'm going to say that. Brian says, I think it's a thumb for Dalton. Oh, okay. Ooh. War GB, Connor Williams looks like he's finally over the mental aspect of the injury. He looks like he's picking up weight. Also, he's got that anchor weight now. He doesn't get blown backwards. He's just been kind of steadily improving bit by bit, right, War Chief? Jesse's going to hate to hear that, by the way, in the chat. So he was really longing for his Niners to pick that guy up. You're right on that one, Jesse. Another right one on that one. John, maybe that's why they traded for Ernest Jones, because he's on a contract year to highly motivated. That's what you're definitely going to get him motivated, John. I mean, he can go earn himself a lot of money if he excels in this defense. You talk about going from the Titans to the Seahawks and a chance to really truly showcase yourself, especially with the front four that we're going to put up in front of him to allow him to really run free and go find ball, hit ball. Calm Cal, Hawks Nest, can you explain the difference between Will, Mike, and weak side linebacker? Well, the Will is the weak side linebacker. So it's there in the name, essentially, Will, weak side. So the way it works is that you're going to have a Mike that's, atypically going to be either heads up over the top of the center in direct relation to where the center is, or he's going to be lined up about a shade to the strong side of the formation, depending on the type of defense, depending on how the defense wants to use the Mike. And this is obviously can change position by position, but it's just in terms of generalities, Calm Cow. So pretty much right there in front of that center is where you're going to typically see that Mike, or a little bit to the strong side, depending on how they want to shade it with their fronts. The Will linebacker is in the name, it says it, the weak side. So strong side of the formation is where you're going to have the heavier point of the formation. If it's, let's say, like three wide receivers, one tight end, where's the tight end at, where the receiver's at, where the numbers game's at, that's going to dictate which side that weak side position is going to be at. And the point of the weak side guy is you're hoping with him, because he's on the weak side, because he's away from where you have all of the cluster of bodies, essentially, is that you're allowing him to run free. Your Mike is taking on blocks. He's getting the pullers in space. He's on the strong side going heads up. He's tip of the spear. Your weak side guy atypically is going to be able to then just run around on that back side because there's not the number guy directly in front of him to go and hit him. He's got more of that chance to be able to operate with a little bit more freedom to just kind of find the ball and track it down and go get it. So speed, athleticism, quickness, that's something you really love from your Will guys, whereas your Mike, you want a bit of that ruggedness. You want the ability to take on the block and displace the block, heavy hands, able to hold up at the point of attack and not get completely moved backwards necessarily. But that's the general differences between the two. The third one that I think you're trying to reference, Calm Cow, is what's called the Sam linebacker. So the Will, or the weak side linebacker, is to the weak side of the formation. So the Sam, much like the name of the Will, is strong side. Sam, strong side linebacker. So if I've got, and you're not going to typically anymore really be in 3 linebacker looks, Calm Cow, because teams tend to live in nickel, and you're not really in base very much. Like we play the Niners, we might be, if we're in a situation where we're getting with an I formation look, let's say, you'll be in 3, you'll have your, you would have your, essentially the extra linebackers out there. Now, this is also a little bit of a keynote difference though, Calm Cow, too, because you have your 4-3 Sam linebacker, and then you have your 3-4 Sam linebacker. So your 3-4 Sam linebacker is going to be on the strong side of the formation. Quick cheat on this tends to be just look for where the tight end's typically going to be, which side of the formation that's going to tend to instruct you. He's going to be heads up over the tight end. That's typically where you'll see the Sam linebacker. Now, with the wide 9-3-4 defense, by their alignment, they're going to typically be over the tight end anyway. So that's kind of a semantical issue. But with the 4-3 under defense that we used to rock with Carroll, when you would go to base, that was very specific to there because you had your only other wide 9 was your Leo on the other side of the formation. And that was the only guy that you stretched out in that manner. So it was a little more traditionally pure in the way you ran your Sam linebacker versus 3-4 defenses, which sort of have the Sam linebacker on either side. It's all just dictated by the offensive strength of the formation because those guys stay in their wide 9 alignments. There's a very small difference between the two that, you might atypically have. But that's the main difference. Sam linebacker also is on the line of scrimmage. They're not off ball. So Mike off ball, Will off ball. Sam linebacker is going to be heads up over the tight end or to the strong side of the formation, and they're going to be just outside of the defensive end. They're going to be outside the defensive end's shoulder, heads up right over the top on the strong side. So they're also a unique linebacker in that they're not off ball, whereas the Mike and the Will are off ball. War Chiefs is on here as a fan of the Seahawks that's used to watching EJ completely dismantle our offense as a Ram. He's welcome, and I'd love to see him in the blue and green. Go Hawks. He definitely made some plays, man. You go watch his highlight tape right now, and you can see a lot of plays against your Hawks there, both in the running game as a pass rusher. That's for sure. Adrian X, thank you for another $2 donation. Appreciate you for that. All the donos. You dropped another one above there too. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Says, I follow your baseball channel on World Series, LA versus New York. I've been really struggling with baseball over the last year for me, Adrian X, and some of it just comes from a lifetime of watching Mariners lose in the same manner and ownership of the Mariners lean in the same direction in their excuses and reasons for why they can't build a winner. And I've just sort of come to a bit of a conclusion from my standpoint with not just the baseball channel, but just in baseball in general, that I don't think that they really want to try to win. And so it sort of defeats the purpose for me from watching baseball. You know, I can get the whole thing of, well, aren't you a fan of the sport? And I am, but it does get hard where you've watched your team for 50 years, 45 years, not make any noise in the playoffs really much at all, and always lean back onto being poor and not having the money to do it and still trying to make a good go of it. And I've just gotten kind of bored with it and wore out with it. And I'm tired of the same old excuse being why you lose and you don't do anything about it. It's the thing I always say about football teams or anything else. You make a mistake, fine. If you keep making the same mistake and you make it for 4 straight decades, I'm going to check out by like decade 4. You might keep me in there in the loop and through 3 decades in, but by the 4th decade of you doing the same thing, I've learned the game. I've learned the ruse. I've realized the reality of the situation. So I might come back at some point on that channel, Adrian X, but I just feel like we're getting done dirty a little bit by our ownership in Seattle, and it's turned me off to baseball in a pretty major way. I also am not really loving always the brand of modern baseball that's played, which is, there's 3 good conclusions, strikeout, walk, or home run sometimes. And it's less about things that I grew up on, like back control and situational baseball and that type of thing. And it's just, there's less intricacy to the sport now than ever. And my team doesn't want to try to win. Adrian X, thank you for another donation as well. Man, dropping donos all over the place here. He says, also like and sub. Thank you for everything you do, brother. Also, it's early, but at the moment, Carter versus Spoon. Great question. And thank you, man, for all of your donations to the chat today, man. I really, really do appreciate it. Jalen Carter has been a well-graded player overall. He is the 14th highest graded player by PFF right now in the sport for the defensive tackles. So, he has been a good player. Couple sacks this year. Thing that stands out a little bit to me still as I was looking at it is that the run defense hasn't been there with him. And I want to check out the snap counts here. Yeah, so he's got a thing that stands out to me with Jalen Carter in a 2-to-1. There's a 2-to-1 snap count with Carter on them having him play as a pass rusher versus a run defender. And I started to see this discrepancy last year with him, where he was a player that I thought would be a great all-around player, but the Eagles are using him like they're trying to protect him against the run. Like they only really are liking what he's bringing as a pass rusher. So while he is being a very useful pass rusher, he's not game-wrecking. He's not a top 5 tackle in the sport. He's not that spot. He's being effective as a situational pass rusher and not well-graded as a run defender, and wasn't well-graded as a run defender last year with it. So that part stands out to me versus Spoon, who is a 3-down defender who can play outside and inside as a cornerback, and you don't have those questions there. So when it comes down to the debate there on that Adrian X between these two guys at this point, I don't think that Carter's been a bust, but I do think that Spoon has been the better player, the more complete player between the two. And with Carter, there's some questions growing with him from my standpoint of whether or not he's ever going to be a good run defender. Is he a guy that's just more interested in getting after the passer? Could be too that the Eagles are also like, hey, we got Jordan Davis, who's 379 pounds and takes up 3 blockers. He doesn't have to play against the run. We already got guys to do that. We just need him to get after the passer. That might be a bit of this as well. But Spoon's the better player right now, in my opinion. Thank you for all the donations, Adrian X. You're awesome, brother. I appreciate you. I really do. John says, don't you think teams' hesitancy to pay Ernest Jones is that he really lacks flash, whether being elite size, athleticism, or is it that linebacker play is so volatile? I would say that the speed, the athleticism stuff is there and it's legit, John. So I'm not pushing back against that. But I would say that look at the Rams made this kid a 3rd round pick. He's not an undrafted rookie free agent guy. And that they thought enough of the instincts and just turning on the tape how he played to believe he was worthy of the 3rd round pick, despite the fact that he has those, let's call it quasi-athletic limitations. So I think to me that just spells that I come back to it with the Rams, John, and I say, looking at their drafts, the Rams have not put a lot of draft capital into the inside linebacker position. They don't pay any inside linebackers. They'll pay corners, they'll pay offensive linemen, they'll pay wide receivers, they'll pay a running back, they'll pay defensive linemen, but they don't pay inside linebackers, John. And so I think that it's more of, that's just kind of a decision that they've made on that. Maybe they didn't trust rewarding a guy like Ernest Jones. I think it's hard to take too many conclusions away from his time with the Titans because the Titans aren't a well-run organization right now. And they're scurrying around trying to find some answers, but they're not really putting a really good plan in place. You know, I like some of the moves they made to try to build that defense up, but they were trying to kind of put the defense together on the fly rather than you could see what they were really doing from a philosophy standpoint and how they're trying to build it. And he was a part of that. So they traded for him late in training camp, John, where he's in there at the end. He's just learning all these guys around him. How much can we take away from that and where he was at and playing with them? And he wasn't playing bad per se. I don't know if we can draw a lot from that, but I think the inside linebacker position too, to your point on this, is just one that's devalued and it's hard for a lot of guys to get paid. I think it's one where you've got to be really, really good and have no question marks to kind of get that money. You know, former 1st round pedigree, checks off all the athletic boxes to your point on that to get to the money point. So you make them feel warm and fuzzy about it. Paulie says EJ was not okay with being on a team content with losing is why they dealt him, is what I read. Oh, I like that. That's cool. Dizzy says, we see what Geno could do without an O-line. Do you think Brock could do the same? Hard sell right there. No, I don't. And one thing the Niners have done a good job of is getting good performance out of that offensive line. And that Brock is getting protection. He's getting help up front from those guys. Pooney's been a home run kind of pick for them at the right guard position. He's really going to help them out on getting that line rebuilt as we go into the future, I think. But no, I've been a big believer in the fact that Brock's success has been built upon having as good a supporting cast, a good coach, a good scheme to fit to what he does. It's not that he's not a good player, but just that it's elevated him up into a place that he's not really at when it's all said and done. You can't atypically give him that kind of supporting cast to work with in any other location. So you shouldn't be paying him $50 million thusly because of that. Part of the reason that I think you see a guy like Jesse saying, don't pay this guy. And I'm with him on it. It's like, you're going to pay a guy that amount of money. He needs to elevate the cast around him, not expect the cast around him to elevate him, which is what so many of these quarterbacks get kind of turned around and they get lost on, I think, in this, when they start asking for that kind of money. So no, I don't think so. I agree with you. AJ Barner's looked really good. He's been encouraging as a player. A lot like what I thought he was going to be when we took him out of the draft. He's been as I thought. Kieran says the theme of abusing rookie quarterbacks through their first contract since the limiting rookie contract CBA has saved you bad signings, but now you need a quarterback on a rookie deal so you can actually field the team. It's true. It's true. The price ends up going up down the river a little bit, Kieran, right? You know, you save it in the front side, but then down river, everything and costs become very exorbitant. And that has been a bit of a unfortunate part of that. That's no doubt there. And I agree, Gary, and Russ and his agent came to want to be paid that amount of money, and then Russ came back a couple of years later doing just like we talked about, where he starts talking about getting hit too much and supporting cast and and it's like, well, this quarterback's got to, I'm going to love it when I get to hear the first quarterback who actually comes out and he's like, yeah, our line's not great, but look, I wanted to be paid $55 million. So what I expect, right? Like, I can't have my cake and eat it too, can I, boys? And the reporters would laugh their butts off, and maybe the line would get in their feelings a little bit, but I'd appreciate the honesty versus the diva quarterback that walks up there and he's like, why do I not have everything in front of me set up for utter success? This is BS, I tell you. Jordan, I'm with you. I still think the Niners can turn things around too. Jesse don't want to hear it though. I'm telling you. You don't want to hear it. I get it. I've been in those dark places, man. Especially the last couple of years. John says, I remember in the past, DK sprained his knee and didn't miss a single game, even though they were projecting 1 to 2 weeks before. He's a tough guy, man. I mean, you miss one game in 5 seasons of playing this sport. You're a tough guy. I don't care the position you're playing. I mean, outside maybe punter or kicker who could be upright on that, but any other position, you have to be a tough guy to make it through on that. And you got to be able to play through injury, not just hurt, but play through injury, because you're going to get injured at some point over a 5-year span like that. To your point, John, it's very impressive. It's another underrated part of DK's game is his toughness. I do agree with Kyrian. I think I'd like to just see him sit for a week, but maybe he just forces it to happen. Dami Dudu, if I were the Tampa Bay office, I'd be trying my hardest to get Cup. Mayfield and Cup could become a problem. Could be. They do have some familiarity too, Dami. Said Cup, because Mayfield played with the Rams for a little bit of time there. So maybe that's what the Bucks do, is that division's wide open there. So any of those teams could end up making some moves. We're talking about the Saints and where they're at with Kamara, and that's a division where all those teams think they're in it, including the Falcons. John says, what if McDonald told DK to fake the injury so they will game plan for single high coverage after the game time decision? Oh, he's playing this injury thing close to the vest, John. It's possible. You never know with Mike on that. Orchie B thought, sorry, I meant Dodson play edge. I think he'd be good fit, not EJ, for long-term linebacker. I think they're going with other guys there, War Chief. I think the guy, Roy Robertson, they brought in. I think there's some other guys they'd look to the edge there. I think Dodson's just goes back to the will specifically. Ninja Flips, why are you streaming? Huh? What? Brian Bosworth didn't go to the combine, John. He was a supplemental draft player. No combine there. Jackie Treehorn, AB. Before this Lucas news, I was considering trading for Brock Bowers and running 4 tight end sets. I'd call it the annexation of the Puerto Rico. Hey, man, I love me some Brock Bowers, so I'm with it. John, that was Roddy Piper and They Live, man. It was the wrestler. Dami says, look forward to the end of the year. What player award do you think one of our guys is most likely to win? I was thinking Defensive Player of the Year for Murph, but being a D-line guy in those 3 games for sure hurts his odds. It's kind of hard for him to win it. He's going to have to really, to your point, Dami, splash through the rest of the season. And I think Jared Verse is probably has a pretty strong grip over the top of that award as it stands right now. I mean, no one's really on the cusp of being close to an award right now, I'd say. But if you're wanting to say who has the best chance, Geno maybe for the MVP. I'm not saying I think it's likely to happen, but I don't think there's any players really close to anything on this team from offensive rookie of the year, defensive rookie of the year, defensive player of the year. I'd probably go to that one. Big Docs, Brandon, agree with your position on the Mariners. Minnesota Twins won 3 World Series. Mariner fans, I admire their loyalty, but wow, what a bad club to follow. It gets to the point for me on this where it's at the worst stage it's been to. It's been bad for years, but now it's at the worst stage of ever. Because you could go into the 80s and you say, okay, we're in a concrete jungle of a stadium. You know, we aren't winning much. The fan base is not much into baseball, more of a football town. But over time, baseball has taken over in many ways, and that we fill that stadium and we give them that support and we watch as well as any fan base watches on television. In addition to that, we do everything we can to give them the support that they would need to be all in, to compete, to try their utmost to go win World Series. Instead, they constantly turn back to us, turn out their pockets, shrug their shoulders, and tell us to deal with it. Well, I'm tired of dealing with it. And I think it's BS. We do our part as fans. We built you an effing stadium on tax dollars for that city for you so you can maximize your revenue. And you're going to come back to us and claim poverty, you son of a bitch? No. No, I'm not watching your team. No, I'm not. You're not going to dump that crap down my throat and expect me to take it. And so I'm at the point where it's like, you're going to have to earn my eyeballs. I'm not that kind of guy as a fan typically. I'll be a Mr. Loyal down to the nth degree. But like I said, you go 4 decades deep on this thing, you've wore out your goodwill. You've used it on up. Jordan says, Mariner fans need to stop going to the games. Stop giving this ownership money when they don't care. Amen. Josh says, small ball is great. Baseball doesn't need to always be a dinger. Mariners' greatest play came off of a double by Edgar and Griffey scoring from first. Amen. It's part of the thing that's just one of the things that's just been absolutely dumb from the Mariners organization, in addition to a lot of other dumb things like we're not going to spend money, even though we're definitely making money on a yearly basis, which is that they build lineups with a bunch of right-handed hitters that are power hitters that strike out at a high rate in a stadium that's built for small ball and moving runners over and generating runs, you know. But everything's ass backwards with the Mariner organization, quite frankly. The one good thing they're doing is building the farm system, but that's about it. And yeah, Kyrian, baseball's become boring too it's the 3 outcomes: strikeout, walk, or home run. The fallout from the steroid era. All these kids growing up on Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa going, oh, I can do that. I can do that. No, part of the reason they did that and hit those home runs like they did is because they're roided out of their effing mind. You're not going to be able to be roided out of your mind. Yeah, but I'm still going to swing like I am. All right, well, you're going to strike out a lot and you're not going to hit as many home runs. Look across the sport. What do you see from batters across the sport? Lots of strikeouts, home runs down. That's why that steroid era was such a bad thing for baseball. Well, just part of the reason why. The children. It's the kids. Adrian X with the $2 donation says, betting wise, who you got, LA or New York? Also, your thoughts on the rest of the season, brother? Go hot. Oh, wait. Also, trade Geno for a 2027 second round for a 2027 first. Oh, trade Geno and a second for a first. You might do something like that. Wait, hold on. No, I comboed up the wrong thing there. All right. So Adrian X, thank you for the $1 donation. It's all right. It's split and it's got it says also, but then it cut off what you were saying. And then you said also as Drew, okay. Hold on. Sometimes words get left out, folks. So I've got to try to figure out what's being said here. As Drew, okay. I think I see what you're saying. Well, Adrian X, thank you for the donation. Says betting wise, who do you got, LA or New York? I'll take LA with Shohei Ohtani, the guy the Mariners should have been going after this last offseason. I think they take the Yankees down. Should be a good series. I don't think it'll be an easy one, but I think the Dodgers just have the highest payroll in baseball. I'm going to go with the highest. I'm going to go with the team that spends $350 million on their payroll, and I'll lean on that. I know the Yankees pay a lot on theirs as well, but is it any coincidence in baseball that the 2 of the top 4 spending teams in the sport are in the World Series? Wow, what a coincidence. It's almost like spending money brings you into relation to being good. Huh? Drew Lock guy, I think is what you were saying. You're saying like you were a Drew Lock guy. And again, I'm having to kind of translate here, Adrian X, because I think I kind of left out some of the words in your statement there. But you say, now I love me some Geno. There's a lot of folks that were on the Drew Lock train there, Adrian X. You weren't alone. There's a lot of people saying that he should be starting instead of Geno. And Geno has shown, to your point on that, as to why we're rolling with Geno, because of the fact that he's the better quarterback and the vastly superior quarterback at that. He's been awesome. It's not been made easy for him here recently, but he has done great work. Adrian X with his 10th donation. Thank you for another $2 donation, Adrian X. Your thoughts on the rest of the season, brother? Go Ox. I think it's impossible to predict exactly the way that this is going to go, Adrian X. It's like the first 6 games where you're 3 games over here and you're up at this state of things, and then you're 3 games over here and you're down in the dumps as far as you can kind of get. That's a bit what you would expect, I think, in making the transition that we're making this year, going from Carroll, going from the simplified to the complicated. So I don't think it's unexpected that you're seeing this level of variance from the team. It's one thing I said at the start of the year is that while I would predict a team to get to 11 wins, I think this is a season of great variance where it can be from 7 wins to 12 wins. And that whether I'm making that prediction here in week 7 or week 1, it remains still the truth here, Adrian X, where you still just don't know what you're going to get from the team. I think things are going to come together better. I think the offense should get more cohesive. The defense should be able to run some more games and get a little bit more intricate as the players understand it. I'd expect as your offensive line can get healthier and you can get Lucas and you can avoid season-ending injuries and eventually maybe get back on Uchenna Nwosu, that you have a really good possibility of being at your strongest come the end of the season if you can make that run to the playoffs. But these are predictions, I would say, Adrian X, that I don't know if I can put a lot behind, because I don't want to really undersell the fact that there is so much unknown variance right now even with what we've seen through 7 games. And this would be not atypical of a season where normally I would look at it and I'd say, man, I don't know. Normally I'd say, well, I got a feeling for where the team's going. They're going to probably be around here. Whereas with this team, you're going, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It could come together. It couldn't. The talent is there for it to come together. It's a wide open NFC West, but it's just hard to say. I haven't seen a lot of certainty on what I can pull as we go forward. I'm encouraged. I love what I'm seeing overall. And I'm really happy with the season on it, Adrian X, but predictions are hard right now. They're tough. Go Hawks, brother, and thank you for all of your donations to the channel. Feed Me More Seahawks, thank you for another $2 donation as well. I'm sorry if we lose to the Rams, no round T for me. You guys are killing me on some of these messages right now. Keep in mind, folks, I'm about 6-7 hours into streaming today between the 2 shows, so you got to include all of the words in there because I get dumb. Like I get to the point like it's time to put Brandon on the short bus. Get a nice hard hat put on him. Give him his little lunch pail. Tell him he's gonna have a good day. I get to that spot about 5 or 6 hours in where its brain starts going mushy and all that stuff. So you got to include all the words. If you go short on me, you throw me off. Thank you for the $2 donation. I'm sorry if we lose to the Rams. No round 2 for me. I don't know what you're saying there, man. Sorry. I appreciate the donation, but I don't know what that means. Adrian X, thank you for another $2 donation. No Diddy. Love you, brother, and everything you do. Well, no Diddy, but love to you too as well, man. I love that that's become the norm in society. Use that phrase. He's also been known now. He's now forever known as the Diddler too. I love that too. He's become like a Batman villain in real life, which is just hilarious to me. But much love out to you, Adrian X, a longtime contributor and supporter on this channel, and all of you guys do on this donation and all the love that I get here. I mean, you guys helped to keep me today. We kept Z-Bot with the Bills channel, and he's in there going, man, these streams don't tend to go these long. And I'm like, get ready today, buddy. Strap on in today, buddy. And we had those donations coming through, just bang, 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 bang. And he's like, I can see him. We're like, I know he's getting tired and we're trying to wrap up the show, but you guys are rolling those donations through at the end. Like as we get to the bottom donation, bam, here comes another donation. Keep that show going, boys. Don't end that show. Then we get to the bottom down. Bam, here's another donation. Keep that show going, boys. Come on, keep it going. So I love the energy. I love the spirit coming from you guys on that. And I thank you guys for all of that support to the channel, man. So thank you, Adrian X. I really, really do appreciate you on that. Y2K, thank you for celebrating 16 months as a HawksNest member. It says traded Geno a 2027 second for a 2023 first. So, and man, I don't know if my eyes are going cross. Let me read this out loud to you guys again and trying to understand this. I'm going to try to translate as I can. Please, guys, on it, just before you hit that send, submit, post button, just do a quick read through on the thing and make sure you're including all of the words meant to be said. When you shorthand it too much on me, I don't know what you're saying, and so I have to kind of guess. I'll try to guess on this one. Traded Geno a 2027 second and a 2027 first. So I think what you're trying to say is that you're offering we should trade Geno this off season, and then we would offer our 2027 second, and then we would trade Geno in our 2027 second, and we would get back a team's 2027 first round pick. And I'm guessing you would do that a little bit because you wouldn't want the first round pick on the front right after you trade him because he's going to probably a contender, and it's not going to be a potentially very good first round pick, where that gets you some more hope for maybe by the time Geno's getting old and he's bad, you get that first round pick and you get the full resources of that, the returns of that, I guess, is kind of what you're saying there. So sorry, I'm kind of guessing on this Y2K. I thank you for being a member of the channel for over a year. That's fine with me. I certainly think there's a lot of ways we can go this off season with this, and everything is on the table as a possibility, including the possibility of trading Geno, especially if he's going to insist to be paid beyond what John Schneider wants to be paying him. I think that's a big dependent point for me on this Y2K is what does Geno want? What's he really going to cost? Because I would be more drawn to probably, paying him more than anything else. I'd also say I can't think of a recent trade in NFL history here where you've seen a player traded and then the first round pick is that far out, where it's not a thing where the guy, a team's traded 3 first round picks in a row that goes that far out, but that you're actually looking 2 years out on a first round pick. Not that it's a successive amount of first round picks stacked up 1, 2, 3, like you would see with like the Niners picks for Lance, for instance. So it would be an unusual trade to pull it that way, but I see where you're going with it. You get a better return on that side of it if you could go that way with it. Sorry if I got that wrong, by the way. I hope I got that right. But again, I think there might have been a word or two that got left just a little bit out of that may have kind of muddied the waters up on that one. Just a whip. Y2K. Scooby Snacks, how you doing? It's good to see you, man. Darrell Chapman, one thing I appreciate a lot, too, is that this team recognizes that they have a problem and are making moves to fix the problem rather than allowing it to continue and cook us the rest of the season. John Schneider has always been very aggressive in addressing these kind of issues, even into midseason. And it's part of what makes him, I think, a very good general manager. There are times that you could be driven a little bit crazy where you say, well, maybe you should have addressed it more in the offseason. But I think some of this also comes from a place of market opportunity, where John would tell me, say, that's all well and good, but what you have to understand, Brandon, is that I have to pay for that price at the utmost in the offseason. I have to pay 30% over MSRP. And if I can wait till in season and poach on that type of team that's in a little weakened state, poach on that type of team that's a little bit draft pick hungry, I can go get that player at a really cheap rate, at a much cheaper rate than I would have done in that offseason. And I think that that's something that, considering his, Darrell, his, modus operandi with this, I think that's pretty fair to say that's the way he operates. And it's hard to argue in this point with a guy like Ernest Jones, where if you got into the offseason last offseason and you said, okay, we just hit into free agency. You got the Rams. Rams are probably not intending to pay Ernest Jones. You call the Rams up on the phone and you say, what's it going to cost for us to get Ernest Jones? Now, they're probably telling you, hey, we want a second round pick back. We're not giving that to you in our division. We're not, I don't want to pay that at that time. You'd ideally like to get that guy added in-house by that point, but maybe it doesn't always add up. Maybe it doesn't all go that way. Kevin. Oh, nice. My goodness, you guys are amazing in your support. Utterly, absolutely amazing. Kevin coming in with a monster. Les down a monster. Les down a monster. $50 donation from Kevin Lonice. He's got no message other than just this, and it's the only message that you need to know. It's the only message that you need to keep at the forefront of your mind at any given time, all right? Don't need to worry about this or that. You just need to worry about this. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Kevin. Thank you, man, for your huge monster donation. You guys are absolutely amazing in your support, and it brings a smile to my face when I go do this roundup and I hear from Like I said, Z-Bot's telling me, he's like, man, we do these other roundups. We do the AFC North. We do the AFC East. These round tables that have been around a lot longer we just started this NFC West one up this year. And he says, this doesn't happen like that. We don't turn that on, and there's these donos coming through, keeping us an extra half hour past the scheduled time because we just got so many donations, keeping me 3 hours today on the behind enemy lines. I loved it. I had a great discussion with Z-Bot, but it was that donation and support coming through, which I know I say it a lot, but it is so unbelievable, and it's so noteworthy when you look at it and you compare it to other places and what others get as far as that kind of support goes. It's second to none. It really, really is, and I thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for that, because it is what allows me to do this dream that I have of doing. I can go take an afternoon in the middle of a work week and be talking to a Bills fan for 3 hours about all things for Bills for the past 30 years and maximizing Josh Allen to his utmost. And I'm in hog heaven, absolutely in hog heaven when I get to do this type of stuff. So thank you, Kevin. You're part of what allows me to do this. A long-time supporter of the channel, a member of the channel as well. You guys are amazing. Absolutely amazing. Haley says, B, they actually traded Baker. Can you believe it? I didn't think they were going to do it, to the point about, the message above here, what Daryl's talking about this, Alien, that I kind of expected a bit of the team to kind of stand pat. I didn't know if there would be really an inside linebacker available to go find that could help you. It's kind of a lean position in the league. I didn't know if the team would be in a position, especially after making that trade for the edge last week with Robertson, of thinking like, okay, Travis Gibson, Roy Robertson, we've already had to give out some of our future draft capital to make this year work. We don't want to do that anymore. No more this year draft capital to make this year work. No more future draft capital. We're not sacrificing the future to make the now happen. But they did that here. And it really encourages me, beyond adding a really good player versus what you had there and moving on from Baker, Haley, but also because of the fact that it signals that the team has a lot of confidence in themselves where they stand. That they don't look at it as saying, we're way far away. If you're way far away, you don't make these kind of moves. You stand pat, you take your medicine, you take your lumps, you get it around to the offseason where you can then maximize the resources you save because you didn't sacrifice those resources for the now. Josh says, we're loving the trade. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Ricardo says, Rams fans hate this trade. But there are many weird comments. Some saying that EJ is a diva, a cancer, that he demanded a trade. Doesn't seem to be true. That's a little bit of the insider info, quote unquote, I got from Jake over there, who's the Rams guy that contributes over there on the round table. And he said that what he was hearing in the background was at least why Rams moved off from him. I don't know what's going on with the Titans situation, Ricardo, but at least what we were hearing from the Rams was just that there was wasn't in necessarily the best of shape, right? Kind of came into a camp and maybe not at his best. And that sort of pushed them in a direction of trading him. You kind of wonder with that too, though, how much is that is the fallout of having a guy that's been there for 3 years and earned that second contract, and then you don't give that guy that second contract. Like, wow, he's really not buying in. Is it because he did everything to be rewarded, and then you chose not to reward him and give him any indication that he would be rewarded? Does that maybe cause a player to naturally kind of check out a lot? Maybe it shouldn't, but maybe it does a little bit. Maybe that's kind of maybe some of the importance and why you want to make sure that when the guy gets past that third year, that rather than stretching it out to the nth degree and trying to basically cheap out on these guys and use them past where you really should have, that it's better to more do the reward so that you don't create kind of that bitterness, things that sound good in theory but don't work in practice. Misfit says, absolutely love the trade. Don't have to compete with an entire NFL for a starting middle linebacker who fits our defense this offseason. Possibly. He's a free agent after this year, Misfit. So it's possible. Dune Moose says, some say that beating the Falcons rescued the season. So then what would beating the Bills say? I think beating the Bills at home would certainly more solidify you as being a team that can be one of those teams to push to be one of the stronger teams in the NFC. I don't know if you full on get to contender mode off the back of that, but you start to make more of a stronger case, especially if the Broncos continue to play like they've played, because then you have quality wins against Broncos, Bills, Falcons. And that starts to make your schedule look a little bit better in how you played it. And even in some of your losses at this point, you lose to some of the better teams, really, being a 49ers, Lions. The Giants' loss is horrible, no doubt about that one. But you do feel a little bit better in retrospect in how you see those losses, I think, if you were able to pull this one off. So I don't think it tells you anything with any certainty. You were walking to kind of the cliff's edge, to your point on this, Dune, before the Falcons game. You're about to slide. If you went 0-4, you lose that game. I mean, that momentum's probably drawing you in that direction, and it's going to be hard to reverse it, I think. Hand Grenade says, what was the supplemental draft? The supplemental draft was a draft that still goes on every year, but there's not always players that declare for the supplemental draft. So it's a draft where a player maybe doesn't declare on time for a draft. Maybe he thinks he's going to go back to college. So we'll take a player like, Josh Gordon many years back was a supplemental player. And so he was planning on going back to college and playing college, but then he got hit with some issue there in college in that kind of period right there at the end of this year after the draft where you have to declare. And so you can declare for this supplemental draft, and then teams come into the supplemental draft if there's a given player available, and they all submit where they would take that player. So Josh Gordon, we like this guy a lot. The Cleveland Browns came in and they said, we're willing to put a second round valuation on this guy. And so then all of these teams compete for that valuation. And every other team that came up other than Cleveland probably came in with a third round pick or fourth round pick. Cleveland then gets him. So they get Josh Gordon because they were the team, and there's a pecking order to it. There's first rights of refusal for the teams that are the worst teams, of course, in this way. But the overriding factor is who's willing to put the most draft capital down to get him. Because if Cleveland's only willing to put a second round pick, but a team like, let's say the Cowboys are willing to put a first round pick, they get him instead because they're willing to put the higher pick. But it doesn't happen every year because there's not as many players stuck in that flux state spot of things at times, like there had been in the past on that. But that's the driving force kind of behind it. So with Bosworth, he had something go on with him at college that made him have to go into the supplemental. There's a lot of different varying reasons that can put a guy into the supplemental draft. Haley, my favorite part about the Jones trade is that once we re-sign him, it sets up so well for the draft next season to get an offensive line and wide receiver early, two normally expensive positions for free agents. You definitely could set the stage very well if he is the long-term guy here, Haley, to your point. Do we have the money to sign him after this year? I don't know on that. I think that there's a way where if he is sparkling and lighting it up and he's awesome out there, sure, he's certainly in play. If he plays a little bit better than average, is he still that guy at that point? I'm not as sure on that. Keeping in mind with this that right now we have this much cap space as it currently stands to the 2025 season. And the cap space that you do create's got to kind of go to other places. It doesn't mean it can't happen. He's going to have to really ball out in a short period of time to earn that contract with this team. This is more a move that's being made, Haley, for the short term, and that he moves on and that you get a compensatory pick back once he does move on at that point, in my opinion. Scooby Snacks, yeah, B, checked out for baseball a while ago, saw the writing on the wall. I got there this offseason myself, man. Good way of putting it. The writing's on the wall. Paulie says, I'm glad B is not a baseball guy now. He'd be angry. This season, it would have pissed me off. I'm glad I bailed out. I saw all these Mariner fans losing their stuff, and I was like, yeah, I would have been right with you guys. I'm glad I checked out because I would have been right in that same place of just absolutely at my wit's end. Steroid era was fun, John. We're paying the price, though. Just like steroids, man. You get those big muscles nice and early on, then you get 20 years down the line and your face looks 20 years older and you got little tiny raisins for nuts, bald, bad acne. Dig the Hawks. Brandon loved the empty pocket comment about owners. Also loving the NFC West roundtable. Will Pacino, Walken, or Nolte be making an appearance anytime soon? Love to see the other three guys' reactions. I'll probably bring it out to him. I like to throw those guys a curveball every once in a while with that stuff. I gave him a little Jerry Jones this last week, so Got to build them up slowly on the impressions, you know what I mean? But yeah, they'll make an appearance. It's hard for me today right now. I can whip a little bit out, but I'm definitely, the voice is failing me about 6-7 hours in today on the stream. But yeah, no, I'll whip it out for him a little bit. I'll give him a little bit of something. Drunk, here's the real question. Are we done making moves or are we going to make more? Good question. I don't have a certain answer one way or the other there, Drunk. You've got more money to spend. Seahawks are getting extra compensatory picks back this year from the previous season, 2 of them. So you have extra picks to kind of play with. Now they've played with some of those picks already, but some of it is that you had even extra picks because you had the extra Darrell Taylor pick, which was really the Travis Gibson move. So you definitely are in a position to do so. Hard to say though. If I was making a guess, I'd say they're probably done doing what they're going to do, but hard to say. Bryce Coots, what's up, Bryce Coots of Hawks Zone has become a member of the channel. Bryce, you're awesome for doing so. I really appreciate you doing that, man. And folks, if you haven't already, please, we're going to have Bryce at some point here over on the channel as I get my head out of my butt with sometimes taking too much time on that type of stuff. But Bryce is one of our runners over there at the Hawks Zone on YouTube. So everybody, make sure you do me a favor on that. Make sure we're showing our love to all of our Hawk content creators out there and getting the subs up on all these guys. It doesn't cost you anything, whether you digest the content or not, and they do great content there, the Hawks Zone, so they're definitely worthy of being subbed up to on that basis alone. But let's make sure we're showing the love. The Hawks Zone on YouTube. Bryce Coots, you're awesome, man. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel. And folks, make sure we're giving the love to our guys out there. We're going to have Bryce on here eventually on the channel here, so please do so. Nick, thank you for celebrating 17 months. As a Hawks Nest member, he says, I'm sure he meant no roundtable for him. How are we still talking about trading Geno? I think EJ will be like Leonard Williams and will fall in love here. I am sure he meant no roundtable for him. Yeah, the Geno talk's going to be in that place probably throughout the year. And it is a no-brainer for me a little bit on, I'm at this point perfectly satisfied giving him the contract. I think he's going to accept a reasonable deal. I think it'll make sense for both player and team. And I think we're in our best position to be a contending team with him as our quarterback going into the future, to your point, Nick. I also do think that in this era where so many quarterbacks have been paid so highly as a no-brainer thought process, that there should never be a no-brainer application applied to the consideration of whether to pay a quarterback or not. And that I think that in doing that, you got to go, okay, what is the trade market? What would you be able to get? And making sure that we're weighing in all of the options here when it comes to Geno about what is the proper point, especially if Geno is going to come into a spot, Nick, here and say, I want to be 55 million. I want to be 50 million. Do we want to go up that high? So I do think in general terms, you're right that it's for the most part, almost a no-brainer decision, but I think you want to be smart to at least include the other factors into making sure that due diligence is being done here, essentially. He says, I think EJ will be like Leonard Williams and we'll fall in love with him here. Very possible, Nick. Very possible. He's going to a defense that purely fits what he does well. This is a defense that loves rugged defenders, physical players, good tacklers. This is a defense that fits really well to that. A great blitzers like he is. I mean, that's it. He will be very fluid within this defense. And mentioning just Leonard Williams or Byron Murphy or Hankins or any number of good defensive linemen up front that you've had, they're going to keep those linebackers clean. You're going to have your room to operate. You're not going to have to deal with a lot of second level blocks here with this front that you're going to have. So he's really going to be put in a position in a lot of different ways here, Nick, to be able to be set up to be successful here and from the jump. He's going to come to a defense that I think is got a lot of great talent. We're waiting for it to all come together, but the talent's there for it to come together. And he could be a keynote part of that because he's going to one of the positions that's been not as strong in how it's played. So very possible. And to your point, to Haley's point about maybe, putting him on a contract extension, he's 25 years old. If he goes out and balls and this team says, hey, this is our Roquan Smith-like player we want to add here, I'd get it and I'd understand if that's the decision they want to make because he is a fit to this defense and he is still very young. I think some of my hesitancy on the paying him thing too comes just to what we're hearing on some of the Rams fans a little bit on the work ethic stuff at times and how he came into camp this year a little bit. But that could also just be sour grapes too, right? Like, oh yeah, you hate him now that you have to move on from him. Loved him up when he was there. Zach Perry, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate it. And Addicted, we'll get walking on the round table, NFC West. What are we talking about, fellas? Seattle wins this division all day. Why do you guys think you even have a chance? You don't. No. Lou says the NFC West roundtable's great. Jesse and Z-Bot are great. They are. They are great. Jordan says offenses would score so many more runs if they just swung for contact. And the problem is that the swings got it fixed with these young kids early. They saw the steroid era. They saw the elevated, I'm going to elevate my swing. And you get to being 16, 17, 18 years old, and that thing's not going to get leveled out now. You're not going to get it leveled out after you get drafted. It's the die is cast. The swing is set. And the problem is that they're not able to generate the power. And this is why for years, 100 years prior to the steroid era, baseball was kind of played a certain way. And then it got played for a certain way for a real small period of time that then just changed things and upended things. And yeah, they don't swing to contact anymore. They don't swing to putting the ball in play. They don't swing to getting the barrel up on the ball. Instead, it becomes about swinging basically as hard as you possibly can and trying to elevate the ball many oftentimes, which then just leads to strikeouts, leads to the elimination of all small ball in the sport. Maybe it'll make a return at some point. Orchie says, I agree with you how I feel about the Mariners. I was a loyal Mariner, but after Ken Griffey Jr. and Ichiro, it just went downhill to the point of no return for me. I can't watch. It breaks my heart. It does mine too. I mean, baseball is one of my first loves, and I played it for years, and it's brutal to kind of walk away on it, but sorry, it's kind of what it is, and baseball's done this to themselves. The ownership locally's done it to themselves, and there's really no excuses for it. If you don't have the support from the local fan base, that's one thing. If the fans don't show up, that's one thing. If the fans aren't watching TV, that's one thing. But you can't make any of those excuses if you're an ownership of the Mariners. But they do yet. That doesn't stop them, though. And you're right, Drunk Squidward, Major League Baseball should have a salary cap. It's silly that they don't. And it hurts just another thing that does hurt their sport on top of a lot of other factors. Ricardo says at least they're increasing the payroll next year, not because they're signing anyone new, but because of salary increases. That's right. Give it time, Ricardo. Maybe they end up trading one of those players on salary increases. So right now you're right. On the books, it looks like they're going to increase, but let's see if they actually do so. Even in that bare minimum point. You're awesome, Kevin, man. Thank you again for that monster donation. You are unbelievable, you guys. Absolutely unbelievable. And you're the man. Appreciate you, Kevin. Josh Z-Bot was a great show. Thank you, man. I had a good time with him. He knows his stuff. He knows his team. And those behind enemy line sessions are so good. I always come out of it learning so much more about the teams than going into it. Slated for props to Brandon for the community he has built around the Seahawks. Truly an entertaining yet informative way to enjoy your Seattle Seahawks. All love to you, Brandon. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Slated. I wish I could say that I had done something here to cause it to happen, but it's really the community has made itself happen. It's the spirit that they bring in here every single time. And I'm not talking about donations and support. I'm just talking about the discourse that goes on within the chat and how it can keep itself cooking and the great discussions that go on in it. There's times you guys will hear me silent, just reading through the different points, going back and forth between the debates you get, and the fact that respect is draped over the top of all of it, even in disagreement, which is such an unusual point, I think, that you get from this online world, of course, at every turn where there's trolls and toxicity. But we're able to maintain that here, where everybody knows what time it is when we go live here. Everybody knows what we're trying to do and all trying to accomplish here. The think tank, the just trying to turn things over and understand them better. And I love that about this place. I had little to do with that. That is you guys as a fandom, wanting this kind of place and you guys driving that to be this way. And it could easily go in a lot of other different directions and in that toxicity level and how bad it could be on that side of it within just the chat, but it doesn't. And I love it about this spot too, Slated. I really do. And it's a blessing and an honor to be able to go live and have that in my back pocket every time, to know that the discussion will be in that really healthy, great spot that you want it to be in, which is not about people trying to dunk on each other or, I owned you on that point. All right, it's more about just trying to get ultimately to the truth of the matter of things, and that we're all going to get there at the end of the day by putting our heads together. The cumulative brain power will make it happen and make us laugh and inform us and all that. And so I'm glad to hear it's accomplishing that, man. And I got to give my props to the community too. You guys I got the best community on YouTube, I swear. And that's not just me being biased, because you guys, I like I said about the donations, that's just one thing, but it's also there on the respect in the community and the way that people go about their business in here, which is completely unique from what you get in other places. And Misfit, it's easy to put my time in when you guys are this way. I mean, that's where people always give me the props to. Oh, wow, you go so long and you're grinding. And I always say to people, it's like, man, it's not a grind. I love the sport. I love it. And I love to have like-minded people that are into it as deep as I'm into it, and how much you guys get into the intricacies of this stuff. And it never stops fascinating me. There's so much to always turn over. Like this Ernest Jones deal versus going with the Jerome Baker, and then how you're managing it to the future point with the compensatory system and how you're playing that. But then what if he is good? You got to pay him. Well, then who would you move off of instead on that? I mean, there's just endless kind of alleyways that you can go down in these discussions, and they're all just very interesting to me. But thank you, man. Brandon got hit with a 50. Kevin dropping the big $50 drop, man. Showing the love. JD, how long is DK out? It's a week-to-week injury, JD. He may be back even as soon as this week. I would guess probably not this week, but next week you'll see DK back on the football field. It's a week-to-week thing. Week to week. Morchie says, laughing out loud, donations out here, keeping my man Brandon's eyes open, laughing out loud every time they about to close. Bang, another donation. Eyes pop open for another 15 minutes. He's a machine. Yeah, I was sleeping today. I was up late last night, and my phone got blown up on the Ernest Jones trade. I got about 20 texts. I was like, ding, ding, ding. So yeah, I'm probably dragging right now. Sentai, how you doing, Donnie? Good to see you, man. Doing great over here. Patrick, off topic, but do you think Kyle Shanahan is on the hot seat? I know he went to 2 Super Bowls and a couple of NFC championships, but he always blows it when it matters most. Well, you listen to Niner fans right now, and certainly that they would be indicating to you a little bit that that is the case. I mean, whether they're basing it on really knowing that that's where the owner's mind's at, or whether they're just kind of feeling like that's the right thing considering the factors at hand that you just described, Patrick. And I'm not sure of one or the other on that. I think it's very hard to understand how you can have a coach that's had the type of success that Shanahan has had when you understand coming into that position, that Niner team was not riding high. You were off of the Jim Tom Sula chest hair city era, the Chip Kelly catastrophe era, and this guy righted the ship and has gotten you to the level of where you've gotten. I understand it's hard coming that close and to fall that short. We have a franchise here that's been to 3 Super Bowls and we've won 1. But I'm not a believer in some Achilles heel Shanahan thing where I joke about it, and I'll certainly give Jesse a hard time about it, but I don't buy into it, Patrick, that he's going to choke at the biggest times. There's too much of a small sample size data, even though it's happened a couple of times over. I still maintain its sample size. I still maintain that it's not enough of a thing that I've seen happen often enough to believe it's some rule of thumb with him. And so if they were to move off of him, if they were to take that choice, I think the Niners would live to regret it. And I think that even if they want to go through a rebuild, I think you can make an argument of go through the rebuild, but still keep Shanahan through that point if he's willing to be in that mode. I don't know if he would be, but I can't understand a coach in recent history that would have ever been in a hot seat with the amount of success that he's had recently like this. it seems sometimes a little silly to me almost, Patrick, a bit with it. I mean, I get the thinking behind it on maybe he's got this Achilles heel where he just chokes at the biggest times, but you know, I was pushing for Carroll after we hadn't had but one playoff win since 2017. You know, that's quite a big difference from these guys. They're like, we were in the Super Bowl last year and we were kind of close in the game, but I mean, and then we fell off and we lost to a GOAT. I go, okay, well, I mean, it sucks to lose that way. I get it, but you know, I lost to Brady. I put it in perspective. When we lost to Brady, I put it in perspective. Dizzy says, well, the Bills haven't beaten anyone with a winning record. Got served by the Ravens and Texans. Squeaked out a win. It's true. A little bit of a year schedule. Dick Docs, my daughter texted me today. Sounds like Beast Mode has a movie coming out in February, I think. We'll have to do some investigating after the stream. Oh, let's go Beast Mode. Let's go. Y2K, thank you for the $5 donation, Y2K. I appreciate you for that. I think I almost missed this one, so my bad. I traded Geno in fantasy, 2-quarterback league dynasty. I'm not going to win this year. Traded Geno and a 2027 second, and I received a 2027 first round pick. You were close. Ooh. Damn, you're that's deep in the league when you're going out to a fantasy league and you're doing 2027 trades right now. We're in 24, my man. Oh, that's a long-term view right there, Y2K. That's that you got your eyes on the horizon line. You know what I mean? Hey, if you know you're not going to win this year, Y2K, right? If you know you're not going to win this year, why not go all in the future? That's that mentality I'm talking about. It doesn't matter whether you're talking about real life football or you're talking fantasy football. You don't want to be stuck in between. So if you got legacy players that are keeping you in between, you flip that legacy player, you get yourself first round draft capital. If you happen to be in a year like Y2K's, who allows you to trade out for 3 years out on a first round pick. Who's keeping track of all that data, Y2K? Because there's some poor commissioner out there who's got like 10 trades resulting, you know, for 2027 out that he's got to like keep track somehow, somewhere. That'd be brutal. That'd be brutal. Hey, do you still have the trade in the books where I'm getting the 2027 first round pick for the Geno deal? What Geno deal? The Geno deal from 2 years ago where I flipped Geno for a second and I got a first back. I don't remember that. I don't think I got that email. No, it was, man. It was. Let me ask Greg. Greg, tell him. Greg's over there them playing all possum. I don't know what you're talking about, Y2K. I didn't trade for Geno. What? 2027. Thanks for the donation, man. That's a serious league. That's a big boy serious fantasy league right there. Kevin Lonais, thank you for celebrating 29 months, almost 3 years as a Hawks Nest member, dropping $50 donations and 3 years as a member to the channel. I really thank you for that, Kevin. I appreciate all of that support. Very kind of you. Spend a fourth and get a 5th round pick back. That works. That works, man. It's the part of you want to get caught up on the compensatory pick here. You get caught up on the draft pick like somebody could out there, Kevin, where they go, I don't like giving up that draft pick. That's the part you come back to. You got no money to spend for 2025. That's not great. You got money to spend to get your own guys in-house. You'll be able to sign Moffitt. You'll be able to sign, if you want, a Woolen. You'll be able to sign a Cross. You'll be able to sign these guys that you want to, reward on these contracts. You got the money to get that done, but you're not going to go out and outside free agency and sign anybody out there. So anybody that gets lost, anybody that goes out the door here in free agency this year for your Hawks, be it a Dotson, be it a Baker, these guys are going to get you back maximum as far as the compensatory system goes. And I think you're right, Kevin. I think even being conservative here, you give up the 4th round pick, you get the 5th round pick back in the compensatory side of this. And that's a very small price to pay to get a position that you might upgrade kind of significantly here from where Baker was at. And so I'm with you too. Somebody was asking me about the downside of this move, Kevin. It's like, it's kind of hard to get that downside when you start doing the math in that way where you're like, okay, you pay for it on the front end, but you're getting it on the back end anyway. So it's just, we're talking about really just, you're sacrificing the pick for a little bit of time before you get it back. Not the worst thing to help upgrade the team in the here and now, especially for a position that's probably been one of your main weaknesses on that defense. Kevin with another $20 no. On top of dropping the $50 drop. Thank you for that, Kevin, man. You are unbelievable, amazing in your support. I really thank you for that, man. I really, really do. I love what I get to do on this, folks, and this is what allows me to do it. So, Kevin, you're amazing, brother. You're amazing. He says, one last one tonight. Love you, brother. Go Hawks. Well, I salute you, brother, and much love out to you. As somebody said earlier, no Diddy, but much love out to you as well. And that, Kevin, is it is a very unique position that I get to be in, man, and the support that I get here and being able to do this full time. I could be out there chopping it up in an 8 to 5, but I get to do this all day, going through, with the Bills channel, doing behind any lines, getting some of these cut ups prepped up. It's fun for me just to kind of build these shows up and these roundup shows, especially where we got a couple of items that we get to go through. And I love what I do, man. I really, really love what I do, and you guys allow me to do it. So thank you, Kevin. Thank you for that unbelievable support, man. You are tremendous in that way. And again, not your first time you've dropped, I know, a big fat donation before. I know you've done it before. You've been here for 3 years with me. One of my OGs been rolling with me through that time. And I really thank you guys. I thank you. You're unbelievable. Randy Thomas says 12s. I'm staying downtown this weekend for a conference. Best sports bar for the game. Chat's going to have to help out Randy on this one. So let's help out Randy and let her know where we're at with downtown, the sports bars, because I've had a few of them that have changed up on me, Randy. And when I got out of the Cardinals game a couple of years ago, and maybe even just the post-vid thing, but there wasn't one that was standing out as, you got the near pyramid one that's kind of right there next to the stadium, of course, Randy, but I feel like there's probably the chat will have a couple of better options that they bring up. Brian says, where's Josh Gordon? Hopefully well. His best season in the league. He literally won me $1,500 in fantasy. Ooh, nice, man. Yeah, he was a baller for the Browns when he was rolling, and just an incredible talent. We got a taste of it here, but that stupid suspension that came in when the league started to kind of seem like they were sort of targeting him there at the end. Like they just didn't want him in the league almost. I think he went and did the CFL thing for a while. Now retired. Hell of a talent. Haley says that Corbin Smith's already reporting that the Seahawks are looking to sign Ernest Jones to a long-term contract. Wow. They must be really sold on him, Haley. That's very interesting. You'd think you'd want at least a wait and see for a couple of weeks and get him in the building, Hey, shows you that's that conviction thing. Definitely a conviction here. Grandizer Brandon Kane. I tried to watch other Seahawks content creators a couple times in the past. A couple in the past were waiting for you to end so they could go live. They didn't want to cut into you when you were live. I have noticed that there have been times that folks will kind of go live around me a little bit, especially when we do the post-game wrap-up on Sundays, and that's understandable. You want to maximize out when you're on there, and you don't want the audience, kind of split, and I'm sure sometimes folks probably curse me out a little bit for going too long. We're cutting into their time, but I love doing it. So, what are you going to do, man? I can't quit you guys. So, but, yeah, it does kind of go that way a little bit sometimes, Grandizer, which just brings a smile to my face. Bryce, thanks for the shout out, Brandon. Love your content. You do amazing work. Go Hawks. Well, I really appreciate that, Bryce. I love seeing you guys coming up as you guys are. You put a lot of hard work in this off season, and I mean that's the toughest time of year to do this stuff, and that shows level of commitment out there, because it's the place I'll tell where you're at right now, where you guys are pushing up over that precipice a little bit, and the hardest part of doing this YouTube stuff, and all the people that I've advised over the years in doing this, and there's been many I've advised, Bryce, and it's that early part to get over that hump, because it's a grind, it's a fight. YouTube is doing you no favors at that area of things. And you've got to be consistent as hell. But if you can just stay with it and fight through that period where it seems like this is going to take forever, fight through that period of, man, are we not really making much, we feel like we're not making much progress here, even if we're getting some subs. You bust through that part, and then you can kind of get down with a little bit of that downhill trajectory feeling where you feel like maybe a little bit of the wind is at your back now. You're getting a little bit of that benefit of that algorithm, and then you're in a more of a home free spot there to be Bryce, at that point. And you guys have broken through that ground. Keep going on it. We're for the better here on YouTube. The more people we have that are viable in doing this and love doing this and that are the Seahawks content creators. There's some that look at this a little bit, I think, to Bryce at times of it being almost a competition thing where it really isn't. It's more of that this is the more voices there are here that are doing this capably, doing it well like you guys are, the more that this will draw people to YouTube in general. The more the eyes will come to YouTube to go look for content and stuff like this. So thank you, man. I appreciate the kind words. Gonna have you on here, man, too, for sure. I know we got the roundtable thing we're doing on your guys' side in November. I'm looking forward to that. And definitely I'm going to have some of you guys on here too, as well as I'm getting this. The season gets me twisted up where I'm meaning to get to this and meaning to get to that. And it always ends up back burner and then time ends up flying past. But thank you, man. I appreciate you. And you guys keep kicking ass out there. Keep taking names. Three Hours says, I love the trade. Think of this way. Could we have gotten a linebacker of that caliber in the fourth, even third this year? I don't think so. Yeah, hard to say. Probably not. To your point, 3 Hour, especially recent history has shown us that the linebackers that are of good talent go quickly and that you can get into guys that are replacement level kind of guys into more of a fourth, fifth round range, but are you going to truly find impact in there like this guy could bring, especially a guy that's a real good pure fit for your defense and the style and the way that you want to play the inside linebacker position? So not likely. And even if you did get one, would you get one as ready made to go like this guy is, where you get a rookie in here and okay, you're going to wait a couple years to get him to the spot you need him to be. And this guy comes off the bus, he's ready to go. 25 years old, he's going to know what he needs to do. Hell, he's even going to understand this defense and that he's dealt with the terminology there with the Titans. Thank you again, Kevin, for that big donation, brother. You're awesome. Luke says they shouldn't fire Shanahan. That's ridiculous. However, they don't have an OC. They need to hire one and have the OC call the plays. Lyle can't call plays and manage the game. Very well could be possible there. And adjustments in order, Luke. These coaches sometimes take too much on their plate. I certainly feel this way, Luke, with coaches that try to do too much of the general manager stuff. I might offer too, Luke, that word has it at times that Lynch is kind of there as a figurehead and that Shanahan is also kind of the GM and how he's rolling things. So you might also offer on top of that, Luke, that maybe there's a room here for this to be more of truly Lynch being able to run things fully as the GM in that capacity rather than Shanahan having that much control and power, to your point. And I'm a big believer in that these coaches can get just too much. They think they can handle it. You can't. It's hard enough to be just good at one thing to think that you're going to be great at this and great at that and great at this. No, I'm going to be a great play caller. I'll be a great game manager and I'll be a great sub general manager too as well. I don't know if I don't buy into that. But good points there, Luke. Great points. Alpha's bad at blooms. Hey, B, do you think that Job should be on the roster at this point after how he played against Atlanta? Or should we elevate him one more time and see if he keeps it up? He'd probably be locked in at cornerback 4. And so we got, I think you go 4. I mean, Nehemiah Pritchett, you're going to go 5 corners on the team, Alpha. That's, I think, where you're probably going to be at more often than not. So there's room for him to be at least the 5th corner, even if you're going to keep Pritchett on the roster, because you're not going to get Pritchett, I don't think, on the practice squad and keep him there. But I think he's earned enough here to be the 5th corner at this point. I saw enough at least from last week to feel okay there versus, and I don't even know what your other option would be at this point, Alphas, because Burns is off out of point. Kind of depends on how they're going to run it with the 4 corners or the 5 safeties. But I would just run with the five corners at this point, and then yeah, because Rayshawn Jenkins is on IR anyway now. So Kobe can just be that extra corner, that extra safety there. So I'd go that route with it too. Yeah, I think he has. Have a good night, Lou. Appreciate you. Brian Myers, Brandon, an all-time day-to-day between the two shows. Get some sleep. See you next time. Sounds good, Brian. Yeah, we'll probably start putting a bit of a wrap on this one. Get a little bit of that hungry. Get a little of that hunger. Have a good night, Josh. Appreciate you, man. He says, good night, y'all. Great day for Seahawks and talking Seahawks with the best in the business. Hey, appreciate you. That's kind of you to say. You guys are amazingly kind to me, man. I really appreciate that. And you guys are, as always, just beyond just the support, which is one thing in itself, man. You guys, the encouragement here to this channel and doing this 5 years, every step of the way, man. When I go live, talk about the respect, but the encouragement that I get here on this channel from you guys is just second to none. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable what I got here as a community from you guys. And I really appreciate all of you, the kindness, the support. I could never ask for more from you guys. You guys have done above and beyond anything anyone could ask in my position from doing this kind of channels. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Joe S.A. says, 12th man here living in the Philippines. Seahawks are very popular here in Angeles City. A lot of Filipino community ties with the West Coast, especially Seattle. I love to hear that, man. I know that already there's a couple of countries that I know we've got a real foothold in. Ones you might not even think about it. I mean, Britain, I think we're strong there. Germany, very strong. Australia, no doubt. We own Australia. End to end on that country. I'm telling you, end to end. I think even in some like the Norwegian, Switzerland areas, I've had a couple people come in on that. Brazil, Puerto Rico. I love that we can start to maybe add a little bit of some of the Asian ties over there. I like that a little bit, Joe. You know, let's get a little bit of Philippines. I know we got Japan. We got love out of Japan. I know that too, so that's good to hear. But yeah, let's get it. You know, let's get it. I love it, man. 12th man is worldwide, Joe. You know, football is a beautiful sport, and the rest of the world, I think's starting to really open their eyes to what a cool sport it is as they start to understand, I think, that it's more than just big men slamming into each other, that there is this level of intricacy to it that gives it a layer that once you start to understand it, and it's complicated, but once you do understand that complication of how much the game really opens up in those layers and in its depth, it's part of why we love it so much. .360 bets. I love this new linebacker, and I think he could put us into a top 10 defense, especially with rim back. If that defensive line can get that health in the right place, 360, and guys can come along like a Draymond, can build a little bit on what he did last week and start to bring a bit more of an impact and what you're hoping he can bring. Not necessarily take games over, but just bring some impact, you know? You got enough guys where everybody can kind of take their turn on who's going to make the play on any given play. You've got the talent across the board to do that. We've just seen at times the defense get silent at that point, / weakened down and injured a bit to where they just don't have the dogs to run to the front side of that, or the guys they have that are good are just running too many snaps. I think that's what stands out right now is when you look at Jaron Reed and Dwayne Haskins and you combine that up with what you now have with Byron Murphy back in the flux, Hankins in there, Draymond working off the edge in his snaps in between Hall and Mafe. Nice balance, nice rotation, and you can keep guys fresh, which is a big key part of this is keeping them fresh. And it's possible this guy can vault this team up. You get a 2-for-1 here, as I was talking about earlier on this 360 bets, where not only are you maybe improving your Mike linebacker position, but Dodson improves your Will linebacker position, which is where Jerome Baker's been playing. So you get the 2-for-1 improvement here, which is all the more reason to love this deal and to think it can have that kind of maximum impact potentially. Hanger Nate says, doesn't Kyle have a losing record as a head coach? Not smacking him, legit curious. Anyone know his win-loss record? Oh no, he's 70. His career record is 67-55 in the regular season, and then he is 8-4 in the postseason. So he wins for every one game he loses in the postseason, he wins twice. That's pretty good. It's pretty good, I'm gonna say. I'm waiting for the behind the scenes of the pumpkin. 360 bits, where would a win against the Bills put you with this season? Well, I'm going to be very patient on this year of coming to any kind of conclusions about this team being like, we built. So I guess what you'd be looking for a little bit here, 360, would be me to come off the end of this and say, we beat the Bills, we're a contender. I think that the team with the 3-game bad stretch that they had, and knowing there can be some maybe ups and downs here with this team, there's more of a hard point that I have in trying to draw any sort of conclusion about where this team is going off of any one win at this point in time in the year. It's sort of like I need a little more of this year to really get more of a feel for where this team is at. You might just catch Buffalo on a bad week. You got them traveling all the way across the country. You know, maybe they've got a couple injuries at the wrong places. As I was talking to Z-Bot today, 360, you know, he's talking about where their inside linebacker position is weak. They don't know if Bernard's going to play. They lost Dotson this offseason. Matt Milano's not going to play. Maybe we can get after them in the run game. You know, now does that, we just happen to be an opponent that's able to hit them on a particular game, but that's not really necessarily indicative of the fact that we're some true blue contender. Well, I think that's a fair assessment of it. It's a big win. And it's a huge feather in your cap to walk out of this game to say, hey, you know, we got 3 quality wins early in this season with the new coaching staff. We're going to be stronger at the end of the year than when we began it. So it's a very encouraging win. I don't want to take that away from it, but I can't also get to quite the spot where I say, but it means this. It means we're going to be here. I'd like to think it'd be that, but I'm going to need a little more season on that. 360 says, love the podcast. Thank you, Hawks Nest. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for being a member of the stream as well, man. Grandizer North Korea, Brando. They love the 12th man. So I've been told. We're so huge in North Korea. We're so huge. You two numbers don't count, but we're big there. North Korea, man. I wonder if they get football in North Korea. I wonder if that's off the list. Brian says, my wife and I had a house not far from Angeles City in the Philippines, and I couldn't find anybody who understood or wanted to understand football. It's slowly getting over there a little bit. I feel like it's swept a bit more up in Europe so far. Like it's still kind of getting the teeth set, so to speak, over there in Asia. TJ says, run defense is getting better, and I do believe everyone was mad that the Rams let Jones go. I don't know. They're trying to play it cool, man. Those Rams fans are playing play cool. We didn't really need him that much. I mean, it was like, you know. But to your point on that, I brought it up to Jake, the Rams guy on the round table a couple weeks ago when I first went on there. And I said, you know, make it make sense to me. You lose a generational player in Aaron Donald. You lose at least your 3rd best defensive player from the prior year in Jones. How do you not take a step backwards? And he's like, oh, we'll be fine. Our inside linebackers are great. And then he comes back on the next week and 2 weeks later and goes, man, our inside linebackers aren't very good. I'm over there going, yeah, it's kind of like you're missing Ernest Jones. But he says no on that. So I don't know. 360 says, yeah, I think we could be catching the Niners on their way down as we go up. That'd be a huge win. That would be. Oh, yeah. And it's possible, man. It is possible. Big Docs Brand is totally right. Can't make too much of the Falcons win, but a hot streak would be so sweet these 3 weeks. It would. To go into the bye on a 3-0 run and get through into that point, that'd be huge. As you head down the stretch run, especially if you can do it on the back of putting away the Rams, of putting away the Niners. In the Rams case especially, they are right on the precipice of calling this a year. They're right on the precipice of getting into fire sale mode. And remember, you play the Rams on the final game of the season this year. That could become a de facto bye if we can get them to run in that direction. And we already know the 49er fans are already starting to drift into that direction as it is. They're already starting to go, it's not about divisions. Might as well just blow this up. Let's sell. So you can take care of business here. If you can put these things away, you could set the table right to really be in position now when we talk about becoming a contender this year and getting to that stage of things and it being a process. Well, that's one of the points that can get you there solidly if you can do that in these next couple of games. It's kind of a no-duh thing, but yeah. Alpha is bad blooms. Do you think Kupp ends up getting traded by the deadline? If he doesn't, will it impact his effort in games knowing they don't want him there? I think it'll impact his effort. He's a guy that just seems wired to go 100 miles an hour no matter what. And I do think he will be traded before the deadline because I think that the Rams understand that they need to move. They need to rebuild this. I think they're very well aware of the fact that Stafford is likely to retire after this year. There's a ton of dead money still on their books between both then Donald next year and then the Stafford money that you'd have on the books. There's dead money you'd have on the Cup on the books. That'd be a signaling of we're moving this around. This has got to be turned over completely. And I do think that they're getting closer and closer to that place of things. If they were to have a real impressive win this next week, if they were to win the next 2 games, could their mentality change on this one? That could, Alpha. So it's a fluid situation, but you're asking me to guess. I'm going to say he's probably moved. O'Dwyer says, oh, damn, I missed this live. I'll have to download it for my car ride to Granada tomorrow. Sounds good, O'Dwyer. It's good to see you in the house, though, brother. Good to see you in the house. Grandizer Brando, can you imagine there is a Hawks fan in some other country? They may have a shirt or only a Seahawks logo from a magazine, but they are diehard as any. Love that. I do too, man. And I do believe that they're as diehard as any. I don't think there's anything special status to being born in the Pacific Northwest. And in a lot of ways, it's almost cooler because they weren't just born into it, but they chose it in certain ways. And it could be a lot of different reasoning as to what brought you there to be a fan of them. But yeah, I think that they're just as... They certainly have the sports background. You can go to Australia with rugby and all of that. You can go to soccer in Europe. You know, they understand loyalty and being all in for your team and riding with your team no matter what. And I love it, man. Worldwide. Haley says, interesting fact, Jones measurables and draft scouting report look really similar to Knight's. If the true Mike McDonald defense has no real Mike, how about twins? I love it, Headley. Well said. Well said. And yeah, very similar builds, very similar length to them for their size. Good weight, not too light. You get a lot of light linebackers now, Haley, that are a little extra light. Not too much in that point. I love it. Good point on your part. Solomon says 49ers are starting to fail. I love to see it. Boy, I do too, Solomon. Isn't it nice? Especially with the Rams having it go down at the same time. I mean, just chef's kiss. All goes down before the midpoint of the season. Angry Day just saw on Hawks X, the reason Abe was gone was because he got a Brazilian butt lift. Haley says, hey, yeah, B, there's an interview McVay gave that addresses the Ernest Jones trade back in August. He was pissed. He was, I saw that today, the little soundbite. And yeah, he was getting a little like punchy there with the reporters on those questions, Haley. And boy, I do wonder about him and Snead, you know, when they had that old behind the scenes thing with Byron Murphy and you know, McVay like right in Les Snead's ear, like trade up, get this guy. You've got to get him. We lost Donald. And Snead's over there just like, you know, pretty much rolling his eyes almost. I wonder if he was completely happy with those moves, if they're complete. I'm sure they probably are, but just wonder, it's such an odd move at the timing of it happening, not happening in the offseason if you were out on the guy. Maybe it wasn't that he just showed up in not the greatest of shape, but a strange move in the timing, especially for a team, Haley, that was supposedly going to be in a position to go compete this year and try to go get a Super Bowl. Haley says, Mike also said Jones hits his radar during a Super Bowl game, so Jones' rookie year, seems he wanted him for a while. He is maybe potentially the linebacker or whisper, Haley. You know, this could be the position that he is most adept at looking and scouting out and addressing and getting the guys in the right positions to perform at their best. Certainly has been a strength for him so far. So it's very, very, very possible. Still don't know what the knee issue was with Lucas, hand grenade. Don't yet know on that. Do not yet know. It is a question. Let me thank the sponsor of this show is Underdog Fantasy. It's been sponsoring the Hawks Nest here for a couple of years, kind enough to do so. Underdog Fantasy right now is a 2-for-1 bet going on here where you can have $100 matched to $50. You can have $1,000 matched to $500. You can have up to $2,000 matched to $1,000. So a 2-for-1 matching going on with this right now at Underdog Fantasy. And all you got to do is use my code NEST. Use that code today. They'll match you on the 2-to-1. They've got great ongoing picks that you can go through where you can build your picks slow but surely. You think this player's going to go over this yards. That guy's going to get a touchdown this game. Hey, you got something on the Hawks so that you think they're going to play against this Bills defense. Use it. I've been doing it. And you can get some really, really tasty picks out there, including them. They usually got a freebie weekly one where you can just throw a free, here, 0.5 yards for Patrick Mahomes this week. I'll build my parlay out on that one. But use my code NEST or click down in the description section below here in this video and go directly to the Dog Fantasy site. Get your 2-for-1 match, support the show, get some free money in your pocket, go win your money. In addition to that, they got weekly fantasy. So if your fantasy team's done, go get yourself into a weekly fantasy. Go head to head with other people out there. Salvage your fantasy season. Don't go through a whole off season on just your one league. Go salvage it. Salvage it with Underdog Fantasy today. Thank you for them for sponsoring the show. I really do appreciate it. We'll go ahead and get the last couple of comments, questions, thoughts, and all of that here into the chat. See where you guys are at on that. And then we'll just kind of put a bit of a button on this one. So we got a couple, got a show here for tomorrow here too, still on deck with the B&B. Ricardo says, I have half the Bills in fantasy, and I can confidently say that we are in for a rough game if we can't stop the run. Bills got a good two-headed attack there, and with a guy like Cook, they can manufacture touches with him with little throws to the flat out of the backfield and outlet passes, and Ray Davis is a very talented runner. You could see that with him at Kentucky when he was running all over the place there. Very creative, very hard to bring down, very good balance, good lateral ability and movement from that side of it. So it's going to be a challenge, not to mention they have a very good offensive line that's capable of moving guys off the line of scrimmage. So it ain't going to be easy. They're a rugged, big, physical group up front from an offensive line perspective. And we've seen that, like the Lions, that can give this crew some problems at times. So that'll be as much the key here as anything else, I think, Ricardo. Good point on your part. TJ, remember when the Falcons was solid 2015, then 16? Their offense was really good and led them to the Super Bowl. We're going to do the same in 2 or 3 years. Just takes time. I love it, man. I love it. I hope you're right. And I do remember. Alpha, if we extend to Ernest Jones, would that completely eliminate the need to draft a linebacker with how Knight played? He could step up and we could let Dodson go after the season. Could be great. Yes, I would estimate, Alphas, that you're not going to pay but one linebacker at any given time. So that would eliminate Dodson if you do pay Jones, and that they would then likely at that point want to go with probably a cheap option there to the other side. And Knight having a year here in-house to get himself acclimated would be the obvious guy that you would go to, but you could also, Alpha, get him competition in this draft. Maybe go to the 4th round and find something there, 5th round, and you get those guys in competing and see what happens. 1 second, folks. We'll be right back. Bud says Rick better take a cortisone treatment and get on the field Sunday. He just might. TJ, I think Rick will be playing this week, I think, Bud. TJ says if Dodson plays like he did in the first 3 games, I would love to keep him. I'm not feeling open to it, TJ. He's going to slide to a bit of a different position from where he's been throughout all these games, where he's moving off the mic to the will. That might better suit him. So I think that there's definitely an opening here for both players to potentially be the guys that ends up being one of those guys you end up signing, and neither could end up being either of the 2 guys you end up signing. I think it's really fluid in how it could play out there, but I think there's a strong argument to be made here, TJ, that Dodson will be at his best at that will position. He can do both, and maybe occasionally you can do some as Haley was talking about here, some fluctuation in how you use your will and your mic to better confuse offenses from that standpoint. But probably better just letting him run in that will position and go free and, make it happen like that. Haley says Baker had 15% missed tackle rate. That's CB numbers. Yikes. He wasn't good, Haley. It's the part of his game that really stands out, and it's these guys are the antithesis of each other. Baker's more of your, going to have your combine numbers. He's going to run a 4.5 40. He's going to be explosive. He's got all that stuff that you want from that ring. But when you watch him play, willingness of spirit, willingness to stick his hat in there and make a tough tackle, the stopping power that you get with Ernest Jones, it is absolutely missing from Jerome Baker's game, and that's a big part of why this trade is being made. Big part. So this guy's bringing something to the table that Baker just does not have. Haley says Dodson seems like a cool dude, but I think we're going with Jones and Knight moving forward. I think that's the more likely scenario versus Tyrese Knight and Dodson going forward, Haley. Yeah, I think so. Daniel, hey B, does it ever feel like we have consistently worse depth than most teams? Our injuries have been killing us going back to the Russ years. Niners struggling now too, but not as much overall. I definitely think that injuries have been a big problem this year, and the number of guys you've been down at times, and we're to our fourth right tackle this year. We've got the Job kid playing, who's like, our fifth, sixth corner or two. We're getting deep on the depth chart, and maybe there could be some issues in how they're training guys and getting them prepared to play to the injury front of it. I think 3 years ago, Daniel, the team was empty. I think the team had not very many foundational pieces. I think the trenches in particular were nothing. And that I think that the team has started to get in a position to have some better depth now. I think you're right about the criticisms of there not being depth in 16, 17, 18, 19. But that also just had to do with poor drafting. That had to do with your approach in drafting being more about need than value. And that you paid the price for that. I think the team has changed to a value approach, Daniel, 3 years ago. And in the change that they made to the value approach, with that then came better depth. And that's part of the reasoning why you want to go with value over need. Because need makes you think you're getting everything built up from a depth standpoint, but you're reaching for need and not the best player. And it actually ends up doing kind of the opposite of the intended effect on that one. So yeah, you're right on it, but I think they've taken steps to correct it. I think it's getting better. I think it's as good as it's been in probably 10 years here now, the depth. Part of the reason why you've been able to have all these injuries this year, Daniel, and sustain it and be a 4-3 team at the top of the division, because you have a little bit better depth this year. TJ says, I'll admit when I'm wrong. I was excited to have Baker on the team, and now he's gone. Oof. I was too, TJ. And sometimes you don't know the buy-in of spirit that'll be there. Right? Some of these guys have made their money and they've signed their big contract, and they're kind of just going through the motions now. They're going to go through the rest of their career, and they'll do enough. They're not going to be bad players, but are they going for it? Are you getting a full level of intensity from them that you would get from other players? Maybe not. So we were in the same camp on that one. I thought he'd be good in this defense. I thought he'd be a good fit, but it is a 1-year deal. It was a prove-it deal for a reason. Yeah, they won't get rid of Knight, Scooby Snacks. He'd just be a backup. It's like Haley says, he's nice and cheap. Haley says, heard some insider buzz. The Hawks really like Lumea too. Like looking for a reason to get him playing time. Ooh. Well, somebody was mentioning left guard there, Haley, and Lakin hasn't set exactly a high bar of play there. So, if you're going to be kind of in that place, there's nowhere to go but up. And Lakin had a little bit of a better game this last week, but wouldn't shock me if they were looking at, trying some other options out there, considering where Lakin's been. And considering, too, Haley, he's not exactly a real fit for the scheme. And Scooby, you never know what the team will do. I do think Knight will be, as a 4th round pick, at least a depth guy for you. And part of the reason there, Scooby, is just that you don't have depth guys on the roster going forward, really, that you've drafted recently. So he almost gets it sort of, he's played well, number one. He's earned the right on that front, but he also gets that because of the fact that you just don't have any other real options there. John Radigan's moved on, Patrick O'Connell, Drake Thomas. he becomes a little bit more certain in that role. Daniel says our depth is definitely better, I agree, but injuries, I think, are the biggest reason for all those 3 of our losses. We have to stay healthy on the D-line to be a playoff team. Agreed, Daniel. It's the great equalizer. It's the thing that can take the most talented of teams and upend everything. And to your point on the injury front, you know, we've got a trainer that we've called Ivan the Terrible here. He's called Ivan the Terrible because he's been at a couple other destinations and programs. And when he's walked in, those programs have gotten more injured. And when he's left, those programs have gotten healthier. It was a little bit better last year on the injury front. We're back to more of what like it's been under Ivan the Terrible since he's arrived as a strength and conditioning coach. He survived the Coach Carroll firing, so to speak. So he still has remained here. But there is sometimes some wonder, Daniel, whether or not he is actually the right guy to be that strength and conditioning coach, if he's doing maybe more harm than good. I don't know for sure on that one, but that's sometimes some of the discussion. Haley says, wondering if thing like once the right side is stable under Lucas Haynes, if they'll give Lumea some more snaps like they did with Bradford and Haynes. I could see it. Yeah. Makes sense, right? You don't want to have every part of the offensive line kind of a fluctuating state. And if you have a little bit of a revolving door at one spot and you got backups coming in other spots, well, we're going to keep this stable over here at least. And that would make sense, especially with a guy like Connor Williams coming in as a new center, having to kind of figure out the guys around him. Much better having a guy like Lincoln there than a rookie Sa'atoa Lamea, you know, starting his first few games as Connor's trying to figure out his stuff too, Haley, you know? Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. All right. Well, we're going to wrap it up on that note, folks. We just passed 4 hours here. I did a 3-hour show earlier today on Behind Enemy Lines, so we're 7 hours deep. I'm probably pretty good on the voice aspect of things. I want to thank Kevin Lonice for $70 donation. Just unbelievable support. Y2K multiple times over. Adrian X multiple donations over. Feed Me More Seahawks multiple donations over. Sages, Jordan, Sanchez, Slowby One, Ski Nation, Randall McDaniel, Feed Me More Seahawks. All of you, thank you for all of the support on this show and every show that you guys come through on. It's unbelievable. I know I keep using that word, but it's something that anytime people come in conjunction with this show, like I get with the round table and I talk to those people and they're just blown away by the Love You Guys show over there on that side of it. I thank you guys for that. I thank you for doing it here. And Seahawks are making some moves here. We're making some moves. We're making some noise. I don't know where this season's going to end up. It was part of the enjoyment for me for this year is a lot of times you can look at your team, you can kind of peg where you think they're going to be, and you'll be right around in that spot, in that assessment prior to the season. We know if we're a contender, we know if we're not a contender. Here, you had a young team, you have a really talented team, you got a really aggressive general manager, as we've seen these past couple of weeks with these moves that we have made. Anything's kind of possible from that front of things. Anything's kind of possible. So I don't know where this story is going to end up. I don't know if we can become the contender this year or not. Buffalo game will tell us a little bit more about the team. It won't give us anything as far as finality with the team, but it'll tell us a little bit more about how much closer we can get to that spot. I'll be back here in under 24 hours here with the B&B show as me and Brendan do a little bit of previewing this Bills matchup, and we're going to have a lot to talk over here with some of the trades that have been, this trade that was made today, and Lucas returning and all that good stuff. So please do tune in tomorrow on that as well. We got the Behind Enemy Lines. If you haven't had a chance to check it out, earlier today dropped. Had a really great time with Z-Bot of Buffalo Fanatics, talking with him and chopping it up with him. So please do check that out if you guys haven't had a chance on that. So back in 24 hours. Everything's golden, man. Rams getting ready to fire sale. 49ers ready to jump off cliffs. The Cardinals, let's face it, Cardinals are the Cardinals. And we are the Seattle M&F and Seahawks. So let's go. Let's get to a contending state. Let's keep getting better and better. John, if there's another trade to make, go make that trade, man. I'll support you on it. Keep going. Keep pushing that pedal down, because that's what champions do. They don't let up. They don't hit that cruise control button. They take their foot and they slam it on that pedal. So let's slam it on that pedal. Anything's possible any given year. As Russell Wilson once said, for a Seahawks team on their way to a Super Bowl. Why not us? Why not us? My name is Brandon Kane, Hawks Nest. Man, make sure you're hitting that like button today. Slam that like button. Destroy that like button. Sub on up if you're not subbed up like Zach Perry has. Thank you, Zach, for doing that. But beyond all that, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.